I won't slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures light the way.
Good morning. Whoa, that was weird. my thing like reset. Good morning, everyone. What did I miss? Good. Welcome to My Funded Futures, My Funded TV. I am Terry Trades 100, and we have our expert traders, Bull Barbie and Nick Does Futures. That was so weird, you guys. A tech thing, but I'm glad I was able to get back in. Good morning, chat. Let's do this Thursday morning. How are you guys so far?
Doing pretty good.
Pretty good. Chat, how are you guys doing? Type in yes if you're feeling fantastic today. No, type in N if you're still waking up. Who'd like to go first? Take a look at the charts, Barbie or Nick?
Yeah, I'll go first. So we finally got a move out of this 4-hour gap that I was talking about yesterday. I'm gonna start with the daily here though. So the daily looks like we're gonna leave that weekly gap behind. Unfortunately, I want us to tag it. We didn't hit it on NQ or ES. If we drop down now to the 4-hour chart, that gap that I had yesterday, that I was like, I just don't know if we're gonna go lower than this. Well, we got to move higher above it to previous day high yesterday. So whoever caught longs, very good trade in there. I'll break that trade down for me here in a second. And then what I'm watching, we'll have a new 4-hour candle close at 10 o'clock. So I want to see if there's a gap in here that I can use to get long at 11 o'clock. Oh, I'm sorry, at 10 o'clock to go higher. If not, I'm just going to be watching the 1 hours as well. So we got some 1-hour gaps in here. Maybe I'll just mark off this one right here. But I'm only leaning bullish. I could see a scenario where we go like down into this 4-hour, but potential 4-hour gap. But don't really see us going really below here. And obviously my draw is higher to back to all-time highs. But let me go now back out to the ES real quick. ES, sort of the same thing. Daily chart right here. It looks like we're only reaching for this. You know, there's nothing stopping us on the left, at least not on the daily chart. The 4-hour. There is a gap in here, a bearish gap that we could reject from. So maybe keep that pointed out. But we had news today at 8:30. So just going to see how 9:30 opens. Usually when we have 8:30 news, I wait till 9:30. If we have 10 a.m. news, I wait till 10. If we have 9:45 news, I wait till 9:45. So yeah, so maybe I'm thinking we get something like this though. Maybe move lower and then boom, go higher. So let me break down my trade from yesterday. Let me pull up the Forex Factory real quick. If you guys have questions, drop them in the chat. I'll check gold too. We do have bond auctions today at 1 o'clock. Other than that, that's pretty much it. And then tomorrow we have a Fed speaker. Let's see here. We'll drop that back out. Yeah, so let me break down the trade from yesterday. So so right when we got this close above here, so remember I said there was a 4-hour gap in here. Forgive me if this isn't, I think this is a 1-hour gap in here as well. So I was watching to see if we get a close above here for a good, confirmed shift in the market back to the upside. Once we got that at 11 o'clock on the 10 a.m. close, I saw a setup right here. So long right there. Stop loss right around in here at the low of this gap. And then I was just targeting up to 402 because that was the previous day high, I believe, from right here. So this actually was 405. I believe. It was a long trade, took about 2 hours to play out. I didn't really care about it. I was mainly just like hanging out around the house and just let it, do its thing. But entry was right here. It was a pretty light trade due to the fact that later in the session for me, but I had a very good feeling that it was going to go higher. But I wanted to put on risk to a point where I didn't really care what happened because it was probably going to take a while to play out. Like if you're oversizing and then you have to wait 2 hours for a trade to play out, you're going to make a lot of dumb mistakes, like move your stop loss, take partials when you shouldn't, things like that. So it was mainly just risk. I didn't really care what happened. But yeah, this was the trade, moving away from this 1 hour gap in here. So
Nice trade.
yeah, no, it worked out pretty nice. Let me go back out now and check gold for the people. I'll mark off those gaps later. Once Barbie is talking. Okay, so for gold here, yeah, see the daily don't look very clean to me because why we had to move higher and then it came lower, disrespecting this gap in here. So no order flow is really getting confirmed. It's just like you have to play the ranges, which is fine. You just have to be okay with the trend probably reversing at a high or a low. So and now it looks like these bearish gaps are getting disrespected. So I'd probably lean that we're going to go higher here on gold, back up to here, and then maybe do another move where we consolidate back down to this low. So I'd be bullish on gold until we get to this high. So yeah, that's pretty much all I got on gold. But I'm only going to be watching the indices today to that all-time high on both NQ and ES. So can you check Euro USD? I'll check Euro USD and I'm going to pass this to Barbie. I'm going to check the 6E futures. 15-minute, you say? I'm guessing you're talking about the short right here. So yeah, this is pretty solid. I'd probably lean bullish on Euro though, to be fair. But yeah, I'll come back to that question once Barbie's done. But yeah, no, bullish on indices today. Maybe a short-term move lower at 9:30. But other than that, that's pretty much it. So I'm like 2 for 3 on the week in terms of trade. So I kept 8+ every day. I'll probably just go into tomorrow with pretty light size, just preserving capital.
Thank you, Nick.
Yeah,
Making some money.
Woo woo.
Love it.
Trying to be like you, Barbie. I want to have like all those hats and stuff and the ranch.
And the
Yeah,
trophy.
you gotta collect hats and trucks and
Milk
critters.
cows and
the chickens.
I've been wanting
eggs.
cows. Don't tempt me.
Chickens what are they like 3 eggs a day?
No, like well per chicken. No, like hopefully 1 a day per chicken. But when you got a dozen of them, that's a lot of freaking eggs.
Oh yeah, so dozen.
Right now they're starting to molt, so they'll slow down for a little bit. That's okay because I've got like 10 dozen eggs in the refrigerator right now.
Holy smokes.
It gets a little crazy. But yeah, so we're on the ES chart. I can talk about that too. You know what I see? A little bit of a breakout. I had gotten in some monthly calls on Tuesday for SPY, so I'm going to be trimming those. We're kind of getting to that spot. The way I was looking at it is, well, everybody on X, we love that's my favorite trolling platform. Everybody on X was like, "Oh my gosh, this is so bearish. Like we've got to sell, sell, sell." So I was like, "Oh, well, I'm gonna buy some." So I did. So that's what. But so to me, this just kind of looks like this was the healthy pullback in a bull market, and we're now making it's buy the dip and let's go. So that's kind of what we're doing right now. As far as getting into the tighter, I did want to point this out because I keep kind of bringing this, like, this is kind of that ugly area. And I'm like, no, don't go in there. Don't go in there. And yay, we're above it. So hopefully we can get a little bit more free and clear trading up here. Well, I'll show you what I've done here. This is my normal levels chart. And I can understand this. This makes lots of sense to me, but it's getting really cluttered on the screen. So I kind of cleaned this up for you. We can talk about what I'm looking at. But I mean, obviously, this is a bullish move. On the hourlies, we're getting kind of extended. This was a target that I had up here, the 64.25. So we hit that 64.25 target and they've kind of come off of that a little bit. I'm honestly hoping to see more of this retracement. We're going to have a regular trading hours gap. Terry loves those. We'll see if Terry hits the gap. But we will have a gap from the close yesterday up to where we are right now. And I want to see what if we can get a little bit of a pullback because of that, where it's really just the way I look at it is the regular trading hours folks who haven't gotten in on the overnight action want to be able to kind of check that price a little bit. And that's what I want to kind of see happen. So where was I with the rest of that thought? I feel like I'm missing some levels because it's all bare on this chart. But basically, I had kind of a line in the sand. So let me go make sure I am telling you this right. But I got to put my other levels on here. We're just going to deal with this for a little bit. I need my mess. But so, okay, so this is that target that I was looking for up here. We're above the 6,400. The kind of breakout point, I'm always telling you I'm looking for a launch pad. The launch pad was this 63.75. So as long as we're above that, we're still in the same kind of bullish momentum move. And that's kind of the main spot where I'm looking to check down. So it could kind of be this 88 level. I'm kind of looking at these two as being a little bit of a zone here. So this is kind of my first little buy spot where I want to see if the market checks down and then goes back and kind of retest that high that we put in. There are levels above if we can get a breakout. The 40 level, the 64.40 levels, my next level above. Then we're starting to get into it's kind of some where we can start triggering some stops, and that would be into the 64.60, 64.75. We've got 6,500 as a target up here now. We're getting close enough where that's actually a target on my chart. So that's a little crazy. That's as long as we stay over this kind of launch pad that we put in. And again, I'm used to looking at this mess, but that's right here. And you can really kind of, draw a box in here and like a filled box and kind of treat that as a zone that I want to kind of see that whole zone held. So if we don't hold that, that's where we're going to start kind of falling apart a little bit. And we could start triggering or start looking for targets lower around 63.50 to 63.33. This has been a mega important level, the 63.33 on ES. So if the bulls are going to stay in control, I really want to see them stay above 63.33. So even if we get something kind of nasty and scary this morning, maybe they don't like the jobs numbers that came out this morning, I really want to see this level held. We could dip back down to 63.17. Just because this is kind of becoming a sloppy area, but really I would want it reclaimed back up to 63.33 quickly. Otherwise, we're going to start triggering the stops on the other side. So you got short squeeze on the other side. Capitulation is the move to the downside where people start freaking out. And that to me looks like it would be below 63.17. So that is a look at ES. Oh, I did want to bring up, I'm glad that Nick covered gold. I was looking at oil this morning. We've made this, I mean, it's just down, 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 down on crude. I'm wondering now, this is starting to look like a little bit of a reversal pattern. And I mean, we haven't started making the move up yet, but I'm wondering if crude starts finding some support. If you zoom out, you can see we've got a consolidation pattern back here before we had a rally, and we're back down there retracing that same kind of consolidation pattern. And so this might actually be a decent entry longer term for crude. So this is on watch this morning. I just really want to see this, really the 64 level held, and then be able to walk it back up into the upper 60s, 65, 67, that sort of area.
Look at that chart. Crude.
Yeah, it's a little crazy.
It is crazy. I heard we're 3 subs away from hitting 19K? Is that right?
Oh wow.
3 Pigeon MFTV says 3 more subs, guys. Let's go. I know yesterday I was so excited. I was like, oh man, it's going to hit like on the later show. So it'd be awesome if it gets hit today on our show. Thanks, Chris
It will be.
K. Chris K just subbed. Thank you, Barbie. That was really helpful. What are you guys thinking for the day? Are you thinking long? Type in L, S if you're thinking short, or no trades, N. As Barbie said, I love those gap fills, so hopefully we get one. I am in short, waiting for that fill. I'm just targeting the yesterday's high. Yeah, so not a full fill, but just yesterday's high. Hopefully we get it. You never know.
What do you Barbie, what were you saying, like in terms of gold? Like you said, like there's a reversal pattern on oil that would help with gold.
Oh no, I was just saying I was glad you covered gold because we got a really good coverage between ES, Nasdaq, gold, and crude.
Yeah, no, I mean,
I feel like we're spoiling the folks around here.
like I say, if you play in the ranges for sure, like I mean, I think you can find a trade in there for gold. I think my focus is just on the indices today, though. I think they look pretty good. If we got 2 days left, we got I think another 840. We have 250 points to NQ hits its target for the week for me, and another 58 on ES. Talking about these all-time high targets. I think this is the draw for the week, and then we're away from weekly open. Well, can't talk today. We're away from weekly open, so this looks really good on the weekly. So this is the only thing to reach for. Maybe we'll start to see like a wick form after we take the high, but as of right now, I'm thinking the only thing I'm looking at is all-time highs.
Is wild. We just keep pumping higher. And we're so
and then
close.
we'll play the next standard deviation and the one after that, and then the one after that. So
yeah. I heard on the news this morning about the number of jobs that AI is already replacing. Like this whole AI movement, technology in our lifetime, it just seems like it's going to be huge.
Yeah, no. Well, I saw OpenAI sold to the government for $1.
What?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Apparently, yeah, they sold it to the government for $1 or something like that.
Holy smokes, that is an incredible deal.
I would have paid $2 for it. I would have doubled. I would have paid twice as much. You know?
Yeah, I
There
mean,
are completely open source AI models available too, so this is kind of a big thing too. But it's going to be it's not like you can say, oh, AI is going to exist or not exist. It's kind of like I was around when the internet came about, and my dad and a lot of other people thought that this is the word that was used. The internet is a phase. Okay. And I kind of see a little bit of that attitude where we're just not real sure how AI is going to work. So people are like, well, it's either going to take jobs or it isn't. And it's not like that. It's just going to change the way things work a little bit. And there's always going to be a need for human services. But some of this, like just, the grunt work, hopefully we can kind of pass off to machines a little bit.
Yeah, it's quite impressive. So the debate, I've heard people say, like some people are like, oh, it's terrible because it's going to take away a lot of human jobs. And then the other side of it, I've heard people say is it's a good thing because it will create new jobs and new opportunities for people, humans, to do other things other than like mundane tasks.
It's the same thing as like when the internet came and just kind of changed the landscape of how a lot of things worked. That's probably the best analogy I can give for AI, because we don't really know what it's going to look like. It's evolving. Nobody knows. But I don't think people should panic. I think people should redirect, because there are things that AI can't do, and that's going to be services. So if there's a service that you can provide that's valuable, that's where your security comes from.
A plumber or a roofer, or maybe not a Discord mod. You're probably under attack here.
I need pedicures. There's all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, all
Yes.
sorts of stuff. Yeah.
People,
Yeah.
I mean, there's even like concierge. There's a concierge for every single service out there too. So you can have somebody just, running your laundry around for you and stuff. Like there's everything.
Let's set the bounty. What should we set it at, guys?
Pat, are you with us? What do you want? Bounty. We're trying to help you guys out too.
Let's do it. Yesterday, what were we at 880? Where are we at 880? 800 something. Foxtune says 777. Mac DD Rug says 4K. Ooh, very ambitious. Mac DDD. Mac double D. Let's see. Foxtune 888. I'm seeing 600, 777, 10K.
All I know is the only number I care about is we're 28 days from football season. Okay, like that. Actually, college football. Days till.
Denny says 900. Sean, happy birthday. 777 for my birthday, Sean C says. Happy birthday. Let's see.
Oh yeah, we're 22 days from college football. Oof. Let's go.
That's the big day.
That's a big day.
Yeah, it'll be Auburn versus Baylor. Where's Baylor at? It's in Waco, right?
Yeah, it's in Central Texas. I've already been to that campus this year. So I took a picture in the stadium. I should post it. Like down on the
maybe on
field.
game day because they're playing Auburn.
It wasn't on game day, but I did take a picture just like last month on the field. So
what they do, like the claw, right? They do this.
yeah, it's like a bear. So Baylor Bears.
Okay, yeah.
I have friends that went there.
Yeah, they had a good team about like 10 years ago. They put up like 80 points a game. It was like they missed the playoffs because they lost TCU, but that was a fun team. But they have a good team this year too. That'll be a good game. I think it's a night game too. Auburn versus Baylor. I'll be kind of lit. Waco will be. I don't know if the students are back in session in class by then, but I'll be 7 o'clock tip off kickoff.
So Denny says 900. Let's set it at 900 in honor of the very soon we get to welcome the MyFundedFutures baby, the first baby. Denny's baby is coming. I don't know if you guys saw in chat, but Denny wrote, the doctor told us yesterday that if she isn't born before next Wednesday, then my wife will be induced. We are excited. 900, guys. In honor of Denny.
Denny also had priorities there. He heard Waco and he's like, I heard they have good mac and cheese. So now I'm like, wait, where? I need to go try this because I have to go to Waco a lot. But
I love mac and cheese.
Hey Ryan,
there's only so much to do there too.
In the chat. What's your bias for today? We got Dodgy in the chat. This is the ICT trader.
Oh, Dodgy. Dodgy's in the
have
house.
a bias?
How important. He kept FaceTiming me, and I'm like, I can't answer. I'm on stream. When are we going on Icon of Seas? I don't know. We need to get the dates for that. Let me look it up. I'll look it up and I'll text you after.
I'll check my calendar too.
Yeah, me too.
You guys know what
Dodgy.
Icon of Seas is?
Wait, what's that?
It's a ship, right?
Yeah, it's a new one. It's like the big one.
Nice. I saw. Is it you, Nick, or Dodgy donated 25,000?
Well, it was 25,069, and it was Dodgy.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
That's sweet. Was that to charity?
9.
Was that to charity? I didn't see like which.
Yeah, I think it was to charity.
That's awesome. Everyone, type in W for Dodgy. Donating to charity. I love it. 5 minutes until the market is going to open. NQ is green by 183 points, and ES is green by 38 points.
Thanks,
Team
Keith.
Water.
Keith's bringing me. Keith's got me.
Team Water.
It's pretty cool. I didn't know you could like I don't know, It's so crazy. Like, 70% of the earth is covered in water, and, people still can't find any. I find that kind of weird.
Yeah. It's sad. Clean water, right? It's like people are having, okay,
Yeah.
teamwater.org. That must be it.
I am D Howie. I'm looking for longs. I'm not really looking for shorts. Maybe at 10 a.m. the 4-hour gap gets put in right here, and we can move down into it and then move away from it. But as for right now, I'm not gonna mark that off because we don't have it yet. So I'm just gonna wait for a move lower at 9:30 and then a move higher.
All right, let's see what the market's going to bring us today. 4 minutes until the market opens. No Sequi said, I'm halfway through a scale account.
Nice. Well, what did we set the bounty at, by the way?
900 for Denny.
Ryan just texted me. He said, "Thanks for correcting her on the donation. It was actually 25,069. True friend."
I mean, the 69 is really important.
It's this. I know
It's
you got.
true.
It's not like 25,478. It's
You got to do it in style.
Gotta have that in
69.
there. For sure. It's, when you're at 25,000, the extra $69 goes a long way. So, what did we set the bounty at again?
900 for Denny.
900.
Hunter says, can we get a countdown from Bull Barbie so I don't miss open?
Okay,
Yes.
3 minutes. Are you ready? Let's start.
Let's do it.
How do we count down?
Start now, Barbie. Just kidding.
176, 175, 174, 173.
Let's see here.
Ooh, CJ must have had a great morning so far. CJ said, I'm done. I got to chill. Congratulations.
Do you guys journal y'all's trades, by the way? Do you guys?
No, I need to.
I not every single one. I used to, but I think it's a really good practice, and I think I should. I think it's a little bit different for everybody. I know some people like to put like how they felt and all that stuff, and for me, it was more like the why. Like, why did I do this? And so that helped me a lot, because then if I'm going to take a trade, it's like I have to put the why. I have to put the why on the spreadsheet. Like, what is the why? And then it would really make me hesitate. Like, is this worth journaling? Is this worth putting the why down? If the why is like, I don't know, it looks good. So.
Yeah, no, I think it's important. Like, especially starting off, like if you don't have much of a model, you should definitely be journaling. That way you can kind of see what your A+ setup is every time. So I think that's really important in the beginning. But I noticed this week, I haven't really journaled outside the trade on Tuesday. And not because I haven't really thought much about the trades, to be honest. Like, I've just kind of taken them. Like, it's kind of a muscle memory, right? Like, you get the shot in basketball, you shoot it, and you don't really think about it. You just think about the next one. So, and you don't let if it was a losing trade, don't let it get you down. So, I'll probably still journal it because I like looking at how I calculate it. Does like the P&L too. So, I do have to do it. But yeah, no, I think I know some people are like are super successful that don't journal, and some people are super successful that do journal. So just kind of depends. But I think everyone at first should definitely do it, because if you don't, I don't like it. So for me, I don't want to take as many trades. So that way I don't have to journal every single one. So I think that's very important. I don't journal. I just go to the damn that's crazy tab and just move along.
Yeah.
Are we close on the countdown?
7 seconds.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, ding, ding.
Ding, 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 ding. Market is open. Let's see what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So that short is looking good that I put on in pre-market.
Yeah, journaling emotions is definitely important. It's probably more important than the technicals, in my opinion.
Yeah. I used to love journaling as a kid, you guys. And then at some point I just stopped journaling. I should really get back into it because I loved journaling before. Especially, I'm like an emotional trader, and I think it would really help me. Goals. Yeah. Okay. So later today, I'm going to journal. That's my goal today, you guys.
So, okay, yeah, I guess I don't think this kind of a stupid question to ask. I'm gonna
What were
ask.
you going to ask?
So, like, when girls journal, is it called a diary, or like how does that work?
Yeah, I think people
Because when
called
guys
it a
do it, they're journal.
diary.
I think
Yeah.
that's just a
Okay.
nuance. Like, a diary is just a word for like the thing you write in every day. I mean, people used to write down this stuff every day because they wanted to have a record of what happened. Now we've got electronic calendars, and I can tell that I took my kid to golf at 4 on Tuesday because, I've got it on the calendar. I don't need to write it down. But
Like, yeah.
matters if you're I mean, I think it's all just journaling when you're trading. But I mean, I think like Terry was thinking, like she needs to really dive into like the emotions of it and everything. And for me, it's more I just want to see I want to keep it keeps me accountable if I have to write down every single trade that I take. Because that is a problem that a lot of new traders have is like, oh, I'll try to go long here. This might work. But it's not a real thought process.
Mhm.
And so that's what I was always trying to write down is like, why in the heck did I even do that? Because then if I can't answer that question before I enter the trade, it's not a trade. It's just
Yeah,
a
that's a good
crap.
idea.
It's
It's
just
like throwing
clicking
down black.
buttons.
It's not a trade. It's like she's just throwing down black.
Yeah, we've done every I've done it. You've done it. We've all done it.
Mm-hmm.
So you know what I'm talking about.
I still do it.
ICT hasn't done it.
Oh my goodness. Someone asked
Yeah.
me to explain why I got into this trade. And so this is just a gap fill play, and also gap fill play targeting the high of day from yesterday. Statistically, it's a high percentage. I can't remember exactly what it is, but it's more likely than not that markets will come down and touch yesterday's high if we open up with a gap. But you never know. It can be a gap and go, right? Like
Well,
that one
hook
day
and
we
reel.
had.
Hook and reel. Can't
Hook,
forget about
hook
that.
and reel. It can be an island. Brad said, where's the gap? So it's a gap from yesterday's close. So here on my platform, I don't know if you can see my cursor right here beneath the NQ price. So it's 193 points from yesterday's close in NQ. And which close is that? This is the close from New York's close. So that's the gap. So if you were to look at like a stock chart, and if you were to pull up SPX or NDX. NDX is the index for NASDAQ. You would see a gap from yesterday's close. Great question. Oh, Brad says, yes, I can see the cursor. Awesome. So we'll see what happens. We never know. It could be a fish and reel. Just kidding. It could be gap and go. A gap and go is where the market opens higher and then it just takes off. It doesn't even fill, or barely fills.
Yeah, there's a SMT at those lows. So from the
Here.
8 a.m. low and right now at 9:30, ES ran the low, NQ did not. So inside of a
Interesting.
gap, ES just tagged that hourly gap from 4 a.m. So I just marked off here. So it barely tagged it, but I don't care, if it doesn't want to come lower. As long as we move away from it, with speed and displacement, that's enough for me. So we'll see what happens here. But my like they say in I don't know what movie it was, but eyes up here, eyes up here.
Empire Steve says long until proven wrong.
That is exactly the mode that we're in right now.
Yeah.
Bulls are
Today's one of those
definitely in
days where we just
charge.
dump like 100 points, like now. I'll be like, whoa, like I'm wrong, and I'll probably just come back tomorrow. But I feel really, really good about higher prices, even if we don't get them right at the open. Maybe throughout the session.
Like you're looking for that pullback and then go higher.
Yeah, I think NQ can
Possibly.
just come a tad lower. I think it's a little high and overextended from from London. Usually when it's like a classic buy day, like where, it's a trend day higher or a trend day lower, London usually will set the low, but sometimes you'll get a pullback in the New York AM. I just don't know if this is enough or not.
I
Yeah.
think it'd be really nice to at least get down to that London high, though, or whatever that little
To the
swing high
London
was.
high, yeah.
Was
yeah.
that London?
Yeah. The
It might have
23
been the Asian high.
is it the 23,574 in NQ? Like that little pivot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
23,574. This green. So this is London session right here, from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. Asia's from 20 to midnight, obviously. And then New York is right now. So London high would be like right here. But ES hit it. But I also want to see the close on the 4-hour candles at 10 a.m. Yeah.
All right. Second candle is printing right now. It's still trading within the first candle in NQ and ES. I like to look at the 5-minute candles for intraday. What do you guys like to look at?
I have like so many different time frame charts up. That's always such a loaded question for me. It's like I don't think there is a right time frame, but the chart that I trade on is usually a 5-minute.
Yeah.
But like I don't want anybody to marry thought that I'm only looking at a 5-minute chart all day, because I could not do that.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of traders like to look at like higher time frames and then also a shorter time frame for like specific entry.
Yeah, so that's what I do. I'll look like the hourly, and if I have a level, I'll drop down to the 5-minute whenever it like presents it. Presents itself. Like whenever it comes into that level, I'll drop to the 5-minute and just wait for a move away or to that level. So, but as of right now, ES hit my level, so I can drop down to a 5-minute. This also helps prevent FOMO too. Because you have to have like I say, a why you took a trade, right? And if that why is an hourly level, if it never touches the level, why are you dropping down to the 5-minute, the 1-minute, 2-minute? Never hit it. So that's a good way to prevent FOMO in the markets.
I like that. Nick Sunnyside asked, I don't know how to journal. I hate notions. I don't feel like I am journaling. Do you have any advice?
I mean, it could just be in a simple Google Doc. You just like a higher time frame chart, the entry chart, and then what happened after, win or loss, and then how'd you feel before the trade, during the trade, and after the trade. You don't have to answer it like while you're in the middle of the trade, but you can remember how you felt. And then
I've seen some people put it on their charts even.
you can journal on the charts. I was doing that yesterday. I was hosting a class and I was putting everything on the chart. Like you could literally just mark it up. Let's say you wanted to go long here, and it could be literally something like this. Like
I don't like Notion either. I think you just have to find your right thing. Some people love Notion or, any sort of little electronic journaling. I like this. I like paper. I also have an Excel sheet. So that's what I was talking about. It was really more of a trade log than a journal, but I had a column on the far right side that would be the why or any sort of notes. And that was my journal to me. So like I was saying, like the thoughts and the feelings and all that stuff is not really, that wasn't as valuable to me as just the logic and the reasoning behind why. So that's what I was personally focused on, but I didn't make it complicated. I didn't have any sort of, it's more important to start than it is to have it be pretty. So I just threw it in an Excel spreadsheet, and then as I was going, made it look nicer. I should put that back on my website. I've been meaning to. It's really geared towards options, and so I was going to make a futures version, and I got sidetracked and never did. But it doesn't have to be fancy. It doesn't have to be pretty. It's just, you just want the trade information, and then whatever sort of notes you're going to put with it, whether it's if you were feeling frustrated or you felt like it was too heavy a position, or the logic behind it, like I bought support because it looked like good support, or whatever the reason for your trade was.
I like that, Barbie. It's more important to start than it is for it to look pretty. Doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is something I got right here. I mean,
Ooh. It
Maybe
took
Nick
out
that
my
one.
stop, guys. NQ is making a new high, pushing higher. Took out the overnight highs.
Was this
Just
like
do
when you're
something like
journaling
this,
on
you
the
know, where
chart?
you
Yeah.
let on the chart, you let your bias, your point of interest. So for me, this would be this hourly gap entry. Where's your entry at? How you feel before, during, and after, what you did right, what you did wrong. I mean, sometimes like don't be afraid to keep it bland. Like sometimes when I don't do anything wrong, I literally just put nothing. Like, or like if I do something right, you know, I'll list them all out. You know, there's no right or wrong way to do it. It's just a matter of doing it. Just like going to the gym, right? I mean, I see people doing some crazy workouts at the freaking gym, right? I know they ain't doing it right, but like part of them probably just wants to go to the gym, get out of the house to do something they don't want to do, right? Same with making your bed. I see some people they put the pillows differently across the on the bed, you know, or how they fold the towels. Some people like do the end of the towel out. I like to do like the fold in, you know.
Oh, you gotta fold towels the right way. That's like putting the toilet paper roll on upside down. Can't do that.
Right. We get this off.
I do like the journaling on the chart. So I know a trader that I've seen this before. I'm trying to think of who that was. They would always like put it on their chart and then screenshot that and put it into whatever document they're using. It might have even been notes or something like that. Just whatever record you keep of your trades. It is kind of that thing. I mean, for me, it was more than the record. It was the thought process of going through and making sure I had an entry and an exit and a reason.
Yes, I'm going to start today, you guys. I'm going to say, Dear Diary, I was in a short and it hit my stop and I felt kind of sad, but I stuck to it. I didn't move my stop and I didn't re-enter. So that's good. How are we doing on the subs? We're getting closer to 19,000. We can do it. Bob said our bounty is too high, but I believe in us. We can hit 900 for sure. We hit it yesterday, blasted right through it.
What was that? 1.2, I believe, yesterday.
Yeah, we got this, guys. Everyone share the stream on all of your socials. Make sure you smash that like button, hit subscribe, and turn on your notifications. The promo is 10% off any accounts using code YouTube. So make sure
Code
you use
YouTube, guys. Code YouTube.
code YouTube for the win. It's good luck.
Sorry, I'm just
Aw, market's coming back down. Dear Diary, I felt very, very sad.
Dear Diary.
I am going to journal this week, and then I'm going to take out some of the things that I say, and I will share it with you guys. Or this week. This week is already almost over. Okay, next week. Next week, next Friday, I'll share some things from
Another
my
good
journal.
question to ask yourself, Terry, is like have like the best setup you've ever taken, and then just keep that one next to the one you're marking up.
Yeah.
That way you can maybe like you can even ask yourself, would I take this trade again? And if it's like doesn't look like the A+ setup, you're like, why did I take that trade? You know?
Yes.
What happens with journaling, I find, is you get tired of your own shit to a point where you just stop doing it.
Yeah.
You know? At least maybe not as much, right? And maybe you just do it. Maybe
that's why I
blow
like
up.
the spreadsheet.
Huh?
That might be why I like the spreadsheet. I don't want to listen to my own shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like cold water in your face.
Yeah, or we could just start off like they said, Dear Diary, I lost it all.
Dear Diary, YOLO was not the way today.
Dear Diary, I wish I could do that over again. So CJ said, is why I made my stop loss wide at 420 due to the market structure, although lower highs are just my number one setup. As far as stops go, like Barbie, Nick, do you guys give like as far as where you put your stop, I think both of you guys use the market structure, like you put your stop where it should go based on the charts. Do you give it some space, or is it like 1 point above, or kind of how do you guys decide where to put your stops?
I have my mine's quick. I'll tell. I have a don't be a dick for a tick offset, which on ES is a tick or two, and then on NASDAQ it's 4 or 5 ticks. That's just how I do
You
it.
should just trademark some of these things.
It's good. Thanks,
I love it. I
Barbie.
think it's great.
Nick, how do you
That's a
set
great
yours?
point. Yesterday, I had a trade I entered that one of my students was like, "Hey, why'd you enter like it didn't close 1 point below?" I'm like, what would make me more mad? It runs 200 points, or I don't enter because of 1 point.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so just kind of depends. So, but as for the don't be a dick for a tick stop, what were we talking about? Stop losses?
Yeah.
Yeah, where you're gonna put your stop relative to
Yeah,
where
so
your level
it's
is.
usually the same every time. It's all based on the candles. There was one person I met that, you know, they risk 20 points a day to make 20. I'm like, well, what are you gonna do when there's tariff news? You know, like 20 points is like a 1 second candle. So you have to base it on the market structure. So like this would be my stop. Like if price went back above here, right, and we closed above and went like this, so my entry would be right here on the top of this green candle, stop below right around in here, and target, you know, let's just say up to 2R. But this is 39 points on the same trade on a 5 minute candles 3 months ago was like what, like 500 points. So you have to, that's why it's always good to base off of the candles, because not off of the micro. So this is a maybe a 10 micro trade right now, but freaking 3 months ago it was a 1 micro trade. So you just have to, you know, it's always good to base it off of current order flow.
Thank you, Nick.
Of course, anything for you, Terry.
Anything to help me improve, please. Adu. Am I saying your name correctly? I'm probably totally screwing it up. Yes, it's going down now. And then you put broken heart emojis. That's exactly how I feel. It's okay. So this happens. It's just part of it. Maybe my stop was just too tight, right? I put it right above overnight high by like 1 point, basically. So it's okay if it keeps going down without me.
It's still in this level for me, so I'd like to see
Yeah.
it. This SMT here is no longer a thing, but yeah, we're still on this level.
So Nick, as far as getting in long, what would you look for it to start to reverse? Is it
I'm gonna wait till 10 o'clock first, see how the 4 hour candle gets put in, and I'd like for us to come into. There's gonna be a 4 hour gap in here, come into there. So pretty much, preferably the SMT at the lows, and then seek this high. However, if we're being devil's advocate here, there is a 4 hour gap here to the left of us, a bearish one, but I don't think that's the play. Like this was the sell side of the curve right here, so lower. Left our draw on liquidity up here on the pullback, and I think this is the buy side of the curve. And why? How do we know it's a buy side of the curve? Because the market is confirming bullish structure. You know, it's violating every bearish gap so far at the moment. So it's violated this one. It's about to invalidate this one too. But yeah, I want like a little bit more of a move lower though. But on the lower time frames, I'd like to see us get back above this candle that I have marked off, a 935 candle for NQ and ES, and then look to target longs. But there is SMT at the highs too, so watch out for that. But I'm not really looking at shorts, to be honest.
Oh, someone asked if you're in.
Yes, I was. There was lots of orb questions because the 15-minute did trigger. So this is the ES one. We haven't gone anywhere yet. There's the ES one. There's the NASDAQ one. So not too exciting this morning. We also had a pretty decent range, so it didn't take huge positions on these. So we're in it. We'll see what it does. Nothing too exciting yet.
So how did the NQ? So if you go back to the NQ one right there, how did that tag you in there if the
on
close
this
was?
wick.
Huh?
I got tagged in on the wick. I don't do candle close.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I need to rewatch your little video on the orb.
If you do candle close, the R&R gets skewed too bad, and even if you get a 60%, 70% success rate, because it starts as a 1-to-1, then you're at less than a 1-to-1, so it ends up being not a great trade. And I've noticed that everyone keeps telling me it doesn't work on the candle close and that I should change it, but I never said candle close. So yeah, I just do it as soon as it crosses. So
Okay, cool. So before the 15-minute candle closes.
well, no, it's after the 15-minute candle closes, but was that wick not after? I think that wick happened right after.
Okay. How soon after does it usually take? Like, what's the longest it'll go with
Here
that?
it was right like on that
Okay.
candle. So this is the 1 minute. I dragged this one out. So the dotted lines are when it's before 15 minutes, because this is a 1 minute, and then the solid lines start when it's at the 1 minute. So it did dip below, and sometimes it does this. It just dips below and then rips back the other way. So that's where the stop losses come in. But when it doesn't, it ends up a pretty nice trade. But yeah, I just literally tag in as soon as it crosses. I use the don't be a dick for a tick offset sometimes. But
A
I
rap
actually,
real me said Barbie is in drawdown. Listen here,
yes,
you know, she's in
I am
drawdown,
in
but hey, we
drawdown.
were all, if you think about it, we were all born in drawdown. Okay.
No, I've never
That's
been in
deep.
drawdown before though. What do I do? Guys, chat. What do I do? Drawdown. What is this? No,
Is
the
that
orb
Rolex,
trade does.
Barbie? Is that Rolex? Is that Rolex?
It is a Rolex.
Ooh, girl, fancy.
But
Love it.
it's just my everyday Rolex. But
the
so,
workday Rolex.
so yeah, the drawdown does happen. It does. It's not a perfect trade.
Yeah, we were all born in drawdown. Hey, do you watch Landman?
No, what is this? Landman?
It's a Texas oil movie. It came out as a series.
seen
It's called Landman. It's on HBO.
Y'all
Well,
are
no,
always talking about TV though. I don't know when y'all watch TV. I'm going all day.
you gotta watch Landman though. Landman's on
Okay,
Paramount. It's kind of like the
Paramount.
Yellowstone. You remember Yellowstone when it came out?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't see all of it, but I saw like the first couple seasons.
Well, this is like the Texas oil version of Landman of
Check it out.
Yellowstone.
I have actually worked a little bit doing some. I was working with an engineering office that was doing engineering for the oil rig. So we were designing the residential spaces, basically how all the wastewater and all that was going to work on those. So I've been up to Midland, Odessa, in kind of the prime area of all that.
Yeah.
It's pretty
Well, I definitely
cool.
recommend the show. Yeah, the only reason I'm bringing it up because it just got news that they renewed it for season 2 and it premieres in December. So I'm like, yes. So I
Bingeable
definitely
then.
recommend
Nice.
it.
Sounds good.
Maybe we'll watch it at the MyFundedFutures meetup. We'll watch an episode or two.
At the beach, right? I want to go to the beach. Normally, I've had like a lot of beach trips by now. I'm like, bing.
Texas
Beach.
beach.
Raider
Yeah,
is
okay.
from Midland. Where's everyone from?
There's not a lot of people from Midland.
I'm from Drawdown, USA.
Drawdown. I'm still in Drawdown. It happens. The ES one's trying to go. Oh nope. The ES one's green. ES one's green.
Yeah, let's look up.
But this is like we keep having this, and it's driving me crazy. Where ES and NASDAQ are not syncing up until like the London close when I'm out of here. But
oh yeah. Okay. Now Texas beaches are nice. You got the Gulf of America. That's right.
yes, it's the
Yes.
Gulf of America.
Yeah.
Well, some of the beaches are better than others.
The Atlantic isn't. It's kind of like brown and I don't really like it. Yeah, the Gulf's nice.
Well, the Gulf used
Atlantic?
to be full of tar, so it was kind of yuck.
Ugh. I'm
Yeah, that's the
seeing
one that I think of.
London, Denmark, New York City, Round Rock, Iowa, Sweden, Abilene, North Carolina, Ireland. Everyone's from Puerto Rico, Saudi Arabia, New
Keith is from
Orleans.
New Orleans.
Sweet.
New Orleans.
New Orleans.
New Orleans. It's two
We have-
syllables.
We have lots of people from India too watching.
From where?
Italy.
Yeah.
From India.
Dallas.
Yeah. Antarctica. Really?
Type one in the chat if you're from India.
They're definitely from Antarctica. They're definitely not trolling.
Barbie. Really?
Type one in the chat if you're from India.
Oh, let's see. Manvers from India. Foxtune. Mohit. Bitupan.
Dang, this mark.
Yay! What up, our
Y'all are
Indian
everywhere. That's
family?
cool.
I love it. We smashed the bounty. Great job, guys. So that unlocks the treasure. We don't know when, but MyFundedFutures will drop a prize for us. It will either be in chat or on the screen. Usually it's a free reset or for an account, and they are limited. So you got to be fast. Usually it's between 25 to 50 freebies.
It is pretty choppy. LUL.
You're traveling all the way from Puerto Rico to Waco.
Midland is the armpit of Texas. Is that correct?
It is. That's actually facts.
Okay.
I did stop on the NASDAQ orb, and now it flipped long. So we'll see.
Ooh, Inner Circle Liquidity has joined the chat.
Ooh. He wants to redeem his liquidity. Just kidding.
Just passed the scale on that jump higher. Let's go. Yeah, I'm looking for a wait, Barb, are you long now?
I'm long NAS, yeah.
Did you close your ES short?
Nope, it's still in. I don't do anything. It does its thing. So if we keep traveling up, it will. Oh, hang on. I screwed up my chart.
That's kind of what I'm watching here on ES before I head out. NQ's running without me. Can't really get a trade in there. But ES, get a close above right here. And I can use the target up to the high at, what's that? 7 a.m., 6 a.m. when I was snoring. Yeah, I was
Johnny Jack says tomorrow's ICT's birthday. Are we celebrating?
yeah, I'll give him a fat paper account. I'll buy it myself.
Let's go blow some paper accounts.
Yeah, we'll see if Matt can pull that off.
Yeah,
so
I
maybe
wear
like
the
this
foil hat.
is what I'm watching. A closed above here would be nice. Targeting up to here. It looks like the 4-hour is going to close with the gap. I don't know if we're going to retest it though, given how strong we're closing. Oh, well, ES isn't. ES isn't strong though, so we'll see what happens.
Strong.
It's like upwards consolidation right now. I feel like not a whole lot of displacement between the candles. Someone say feet pics. Oh yeah, tinfoil hat party. Let's do that. A tinfoil hat party.
That would be fun.
Barbie's got 2 of them over there.
So I guess chat's wondering if I believe that ICT got kidnapped by a van and the market maker showed him the secret. Yes, I believe that story. You guys don't believe that?
Tobias and Parsons, they took him in a windowless van. And they had to encode the algo.
I mean,
and there's only one.
The market's only been around since ICT, y'all. That's a conspiracy theory that it was around before that.
MyFundedFutures said he wouldn't lie.
He would never lie. He's the most trustworthy guy in the world.
No, of course not.
Market keeps pumping higher. Look at it go. NQ is pumping higher. ES is trying to take out that overnight, trying to make new highs during New York here. NQ is definitely the largest in charge.
She is the boss for sure. Before I head out, before I hit the SpongeBob meme with the sofa, I'm gonna head out. It closed above here in the next 5 minutes. Retest it. I'm gonna take a long there. Even if I don't get the best risk to reward, I think I can target. I think I can be a little greedy on profits today because we got another 51 points. But yeah, I will. Any earnings today? No, I don't think so. After market? No, I don't think so.
Thank you, Nick.
Yeah, I don't see anything. Yeah, I'll see you guys back in here tomorrow. Yeah, I'm reading the chat. Yeah. Y'all take it easy.
For ICT's birthday party.
Yes. I'll make me a tinfoil hat, and yes, I'll see you guys back in tomorrow. I'll load up on the paper account.
Let's
Peace.
go. Peace.
He's going to get snapped by the market makers now.
People are asking about the Apple's earnings. I don't remember when. I thought Apple already reported. Maybe not.
Apple was last week, right?
Yeah, I thought so.
Y'all trying to fake me out and make me think I don't know what I'm doing? I played the Apple earnings.
Oh. Chat, drop your questions. Oh, Sid Pa said Apple News was about iPhone tariffs.
Oh yeah, so I didn't read that whole thing, but the news, I guess we're talking about the pump overnight, right? We guess we could have brought this up earlier. But there was Apple News last night about Apple bringing, I mean, Trump's goal was to get Apple out of China and more US manufacturing and jobs and all that. So he had news about that. I don't have the headline in front of me, but that was kind of the catalyst to launch the market last night. So,
Ooh, quite the catalyst. NASDAQ, it reached over 1%. It's hovering by about 91%, 1%. It's hovering about 0.93% right now. And ES is at about 0.53% in the green. So NQ is definitely the stronger of the two so far.
yeah, I try not to focus on, I think there's a lot of like which one's stronger, which one's weaker, because you can do a catch-up trade. My best trades come when there's not a stronger one and they're moving together. So that's why these opens have been really frustrating.
They really have been different lately. Helpful says Bull Barbie's trades are automatic, supersonic, hypnotic, funky fresh. I think that sounds like a song.
It's song lyrics.
Keith says, please, y'all, I want to have a confetti party for 19K subs. Let's go. Let's go, Keith. Let's go, everyone. We're almost there.
So close.
So close.
And I was looking for that support and resistance video for someone. I can't find it. I did have another one recorded. I need to just get that one edited. I'm very behind this summer. Summer's for fun. So we're a little behind on videos.
You're so busy. Like you have a ton of jobs that you do every day.
It's not just that. I mean, yeah, we had somebody in the group who was saying like, "Oh, you're so busy. That must be so cool." And I was like, "What do you mean? I'm trying to get stuff off my plate." I think it's kind of everyone gets in different life phases a little bit, but I don't want to be working 60 hours a week. And that's the whole reason I've come over to trading, is because I can do this mostly in the morning. Even so, a lot of times morning open is done and I'm done and I can just go enjoy my day. I can record some videos. I might, catch some other things, but for the most part, like the income activities, done. And then on a slow day, it might take till lunch, but still, like, who else gets to do that? And so it's not like I'm trying to be busy and have all these jobs and everything. It's like I'm trying to go outside and have fun. I think a lot of people don't understand that so much. It's like, why, if you know how to trade, why don't you just sit there and do it all day? You can make $9,000 a day instead of $3,000 a day or whatever. But I think once you've been doing this long enough, you figure out that's not really the way it works. And it's really good to have that balance. And I think because I've been a business owner before, this came a little bit naturally, but there's a different level of work. So if you go to a job, you're just going to your job. They say, hey, you need to do this list of stuff. And so you go do that list of stuff. It's not yours. You don't own it. You don't get like passion and drive for it. And it's a different level that you're operating on. And when you're running your own, when you're depending on your own self for income and doing your own thing, whether it's trading or any other business, you should have a passion for it. And you should be working at a different level. And because you're working at that different level and putting a different level of effort in, you'll run out of energy faster too. And that's okay. But then like you have all this extra time. So you put the harder, more passionate effort in for, a few hours instead of 8 hours a day. And then you can go enjoy your time sitting by the pool or watching movies, playing video games, whatever it is you want to do, riding horses, racing cars, shooting at the range, whatever it is. And that balance, I think that's what life's all about. It's not just about trying to see if you can catch every little high and every little low. It's just about, padding the bank accounts and having some fun.
No Luck Pure Skill says, Barbie, do you use anything from race driving in trading?
We talked about this the other day. I think Ash was in the chat too, which I don't know. I remember that was fun. But one of the things we were talking about is this is more of an analogy than anything else. But when you're trying to drive really, really fast around a racetrack, especially I was doing road courses, so there's turns and hills. It's not just like NASCAR where you're going in a loop or drag racing where you're going in a straight line. We have hills and turns. And so you're trying to get around it as fast as you possibly can. And when you're driving, it feels, when you have your very fastest runs, sometimes they feel slower because they're smoother. So when you're taking the smoothest line around the track, it's also the fastest and you can get the most done the fastest, right? So you don't want to be jerking around and trying to do all of these crazy maneuvers all day. You just want to take the smoothest lap around the track. And that's the way, I kind of approach trading a little bit the same way. I could be trying to hit every single trade that I see on the screen and trying to do all of these things. But instead of doing that, I try to just take the smoothest the smoothest way through my day, the smoothest way through my trades, which is usually waiting for the market to come to me and kind of show its cards that way. Sometimes it's a big old mess like today, and that's okay. But it's nice being able to get it done and then move on and have a lot of life balance. I'm not trying to be more busy, actually. I'm trying to be less busy. That's what that's what the automations are about, and that's why my goals are always. I start with one trade, become an expert in that trade, add a second trade. So now I've got maybe 5 main trade setups that I'll take, but I'm always trying to automate more and more of them just to take less of that mental load, or take more of that mental load off of myself, so I'm carrying less of it, and the smoothest path. That's where we make the most money.
Smooth, much easier, more consistent, reliable. I like it. Smooth is fast.
Helpful. Well, yeah, we are definitely having chop this morning. And I think that what we're getting now is we had that nice move up, and it was kind of news driven. And now we're just kind of chopping. So the market is trying to figure out what we're doing up here. Or we've got the SPY holders that were up here exiting a bunch of calls earlier, things like that. And hopefully we can still get a good move yet, but I would rather just wait for the market to show me a good thing instead of trying to battle it. That's why I have my little orb trade going, because that gives me something to do and all that. But I haven't taken another trade yet because I'm really waiting for something good, and we haven't had a good setup. And part of that is I know we want to kind of look at these catch-up trades and say NASDAQ stronger than ES. Okay, well, are you going to short NASDAQ or are you going to long ES? And then we can start getting into a lot of different things. That's why for me, the best trades are when they're moving together, because then I don't have to figure out which one I'm going to take. I just take them together.
Barbie, guess what?
Is it Ice-T's birthday already?
No, it's our birthday. 19,000 subscribers hit.
Let's go. How do we do
Let's go.
confetti? I'm gonna find it. Where's
It's
my thing? There we go. Confetti, confetti, confetti.
woohoo! Awesome job, My Funded Futures family from all over the world. We did it. We hit 19,000.
Okay. That candle did a target and a stop.
Oh, look on the screen. 50 free resets. Use code CHOP50. Let us let us know if you got it.
My bot's on crack. I'm exiting.
Thank you, My Funded Futures, for the free accounts, for the free resets. 50 of them. Who got it? George got it. Let's go. Gnome got it. Brad got it. Congratulations, guys. Harvey Specter got one. That one was different. No music. Turu Trades got it. Menver got it.
I just had a glitch on my bot, so I had to take it off.
What the heck? What was the bot up to? Maybe it just didn't have enough coffee.
Yep.
Yeah, you've told us before how with automating, it doesn't take away, it doesn't make it easier because you're having to tinker, change things, fix things.
Well, I had a bug. It re-entered at a weird spot as a bug. I have to fix it. So I think a lot of people think like, oh, you can just program a bot and then never show up to the computer again. That's not how it works. You still have to manage them and turn them off when they're being weird, stuff like that. So.
Oh, we have some more. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Barbie.
I'm good.
Johnny Jack says, today is my birthday and yesterday got funded. Best gift ever.
That is pretty nice.
Congratulations, Johnny Jack. Getting funded is such a great feeling. And for your birthday too. I love that. So I did switch accounts because I'm learning, you guys, from our great traders on our show. One way to help manage risk is by switching accounts. And so this is a different account. I did hop in short here, and so far it is in profit by about $500. Let's go. Same idea, targeting towards yesterday's high.
Yeah, Hopeful was pointing out he had a bot glitch too overnight when he was sleeping. I don't run my bots in on actual real accounts overnight because that does happen. They should. So I think instead of looking at it, I think there's this misconception if you've never run a trading bot before that it's this magic thing that you just set and forget and walk away from. But really, these are automations. So that's one of the things I've been trying to teach y'all through kind of showing how this works is it's a thing that I've told the computer to do, and that's how all bots work. They're not magic. Just because you don't understand how it works doesn't mean it's magic, right? Like somebody built that, somebody coded that, and instructions can be good or bad or need a little bit of help. Sometimes it doesn't work exactly the way we expect it to because we don't speak computer. The computer speak computer. That's why they call it a language, is you have to kind of explain it. So we're explaining these things in a foreign language that we've tried to teach the computer, and then we've taught ourselves, and then we're trying to do these things. And there are bugs and there are glitches, and sometimes the logic just doesn't compute the same way our brains compute logic, and things end up a little bit weird. So I don't want anyone to have this expectation that trading bots are the secret magic answer and all your prop accounts are going to be passed and you're just going to be dripping in money, because it's a tool that helps us, but it's not the answer to not learning anything about the market and not learning entries and exits and all that sort of thing. These are still any of those skills that you're building, even if you want to become an algo trader later, these are all skills that you'll use in algo trading. I've worked with a programmer that knows nothing about trading. I thought this would be great. Like, I can just explain the things and then he can help me with the programming. It turns out that not knowing anything about trading made him not really able to do that. Like the logic doesn't make sense to a non-trader. So you really kind of have to know both in order to do that.
Mm.
It's a little bit harder than it looks.
Yeah, SB MFTV, formerly known as WeWap, says, Barbie, it's magic. When the trade doesn't work, it's because you didn't swing the magic wand around enough. I wish it was a magic wand or a holy grail. That would be so nice. It would probably be worth like a ton of money, like $1 trillion magic wand, maybe.
Well, why would you sell it? Because then if the whole market has it, you
Yeah.
know,
Yep. That's true.
like people ask, why would I teach people the orb if it makes money? Well, there's a billion different ways to do it. I'm not allowed to talk about skinning cats apparently anymore, but there's a lot of different ways that you can do the orb trade and really make it your own. And that's why it doesn't, like, just because a million people know about the orb trade, it still works because everyone's kind of doing it a little bit differently. There's traders that are using these just as ranges, so they're literally just shorting it. That would have worked out great on NASDAQ today, where you're just staying inside of that box. Of course, ES is going out the other way. We took profits on that one. Stop on this one, profit on that one. It gets kind of crazy like that. But yeah, I will not stop learning how the market works just because I'm also learning how to automate things, because the whole idea is the bot automates the ideas that I had from learning about how the market works. So it's my
This is
still doesn't mean anything until I believe in ICT. Where's my hat? Here, this will help. There we go. I'll be a believer. Now they will all work. Every trade. What should I do? Just throw some random crap on. It's going to work now. Good.
well, because you know exactly what's going to happen.
What I really do is I kind of hang around and watch the charts until I think I have a pretty good idea, and then I enter. So when I don't have a pretty good idea, I don't have anything I need to do.
Oh, yeah, it's choppy. Back and forth. ES looks very nice. This is the 30-minute chart on NQ on the left. And this is okay, I just switched it back to 5. So both of these charts are on 5. Here's ES and here's NQ. NQ is kind of barcoding. Slowly
Been doing
making
that
it.
a lot lately.
Yeah. Slowly making its way down, but it is choppy. Good luck, everyone. Make sure you have your risk management hats on. This
also helps it so Enigma can't read your mind. You need to start selling these.
So I don't know the story about Enigma. Do you know the story? Like
Well,
who
yeah,
is
that's what
Enigma?
we were talking about. Enigma is the algorithm that that ICT had to write when he was kidnapped. Terry, where have you been?
I I have heard the story about the kidnapping and the
So what he
the
built,
algorithm, the secret algorithm that the
the
entire
secret
market
algorithm
is built
that
on. I have
that
heard
is
that.
Enigma. That is Enigma.
Oh, that is the name of the algorithm, is Enigma. Helpful said Terry had her mind wiped by Enigma. Very possible. I see. And there was a van. Yes. Quite the story.
The van down by the river, probably.
It's very creative. So we're just waiting to see what's going to happen here. My trade is up by about $700, a little over 700. This I did switch accounts, which I have learned from our amazing traders on the show. Guys, every single day, Barbie and Nick both drop tons of wisdom and gold for us to continue learning and improving. So one of the gold nuggets is to switch accounts, to not just like beat up only on one account, right? Like, why do that? Let's just spread out the joy. Multiple accounts. With MyFundedFutures, we can have up to 5 sim funded. That is the goal, to eventually get up to 5. Space Cadet just passed my 50K eval this morning. Congratulations. We're proud of you too. Everyone hit the confetti button for Space Cadet. Let's go.
Ooh, I see we're doing another X giveaway. You guys, let's go do
Ooh.
it.
X giveaway.
I'm clicking the link. What does it do? What does it do? Where does it go?
MyFundedFutures says, by the way, chat, we are running another X giveaway. You might want to join this one too. It should be an easy entry since you're all subbed. And there is
Here
a
we go.
link.
I
to click on.
reposted it. Let's do it. I didn't enter, but I reposted it.
Let's go. Okay, I need to try it too. I'm gonna go on my X. Oh, giveaway time. Repost. Let's go. Red Bolt Com said, what's an X giveaway?
So, to me, that means that we should go over to X and see what the giveaway is. It looks like we just have to be subscribed, and you need to like the post on X and then comment with proof that you're subscribed to the YouTube channel, like a screenshot. That's all you have to do. Do it on X. You can tag me too if you want, just so I know we're best.
Yeah, tag me too. Okay, I can pull it up so people can see.
We're going to announce those tomorrow. So you have time to get that one in. We'll announce that one tomorrow. I think it's really cool having all the different ways that you can do giveaways.
Yeah, I
Some
think
of y'all are
that's cool
giveaway
too.
pros.
Okay, here it is, MyFundedFutures. This is the post. So go to MyFundedFutures on X. If you don't have an X account yet, you can make one
Get
for
one.
free. Yeah, got to get one. Lots of traders are on X, guys.
You gotta be on X if you're a trader.
It is
That was,
where
that was in one of my mocking videos. One of my
you gotta
satires.
be.
All the traders are on X.
Yes, got to get on X. So go follow MyFundedFutures. So here is the post,
Just
and here's how to do it.
it's fine.
Right? Oh wait, sorry. This one. This is Zero Plans giveaway time. This one.
Doyle rules. Yes. God, did everybody else watch that again? I was watching Happy Gilmore. I was watching Happy Gilmore too, and I was like, we have to go watch Happy Gilmore. And I was like, we have to go watch Billy Madison. This was this weekend. It's like the kids haven't seen Billy Madison. What?
So good.
It does feel that way in trading sometimes, though.
Yeah, a lot of waiting. So this trade is up by over $1,000.
Not bad.
Right? Not bad. Good thing I switched accounts. It takes off pressure in case this trade lost too. Oh, it's going. It's wanting to go farther. Let's go.
How deep do we go?
Wow, look at ES. ES is wanting to fill the overnight gap. It's only green by about 10 points right now. 9 points. So ES is closer to filling the overnight gap versus NQ. NQ is making its way down.
Down, down, down.
Go, go, go. This is a 30-minute chart on NQ right now. So on Trade-Ovate, how you can see if it's a 5-minute or a 30-minute, it'll say right here next to NQ, it says 30 minutes.
Holy crap, that was fun.
Did you just close out a trade, Barbie?
Yeah, I scalped a little thing there, and my chart couldn't keep up. It was kind of nice.
Sweet. I love the wins. Let's go. It's going, it's running. So this account the trade should automatically be taken out once my account, the P&L for the day, hits $1,505. It will get triggered. So it won't completely end perfectly at $1,505. Sometimes it's a little more, sometimes it's a little less. The reason why I have it set at that is because this is an eval. This is the 50K core eval, and there is a 50% consistency rule on the eval side. And so once I hit 50% of the total profit goal to pass the account, I want to be done for that day, right? Because I don't want to make this harder than it needs to be. Because like if I had, let's say, a 3K day, then I'd have to come back and try and make another 3K eventually to hit 6K instead of just only 3K. Let's go. This trade is up by about $1,600.
I'm out again. I was just taking a little quick. Too fast to share.
You go. Let's go. W for Barbie, guys.
Well, yours is still going, so let's get yours going. It's kind of a weird morning.
It is weird.
Sometimes that
yes,
happens. They get to have all the fun overnight, right?
right?
Then it gets weird.
So this is an engulfing candle, the 30-minute. Go, go, go. I don't know when this trade will close. PG says gap fill, cash close. Ooh, ES is almost filled completely. 6 more points, about 6, 7 more points. It's going. This trade has hit about 1,700. I saw it actually touch 1,800. I'm kind of tempted to close it out, guys. What do you guys think?
You taking signals from chat?
Yeah, it's Thursday. Denny says close. John says hold.
Yeah, that's gonna be.
Close it, close it. Go, go, go. What were you gonna say, Barbie? Or what are you saying?
That's gonna be fun. Letting chat. We should do that one day. Just let chat do your trades.
Yeah, maybe every Thursday. Special treat Thursday. It's 1,800. It's hovering around 1,700, 1,800. Hold. I'm seeing a lot of hold. Some take profit. I will say, let me move my stop because that would suck if it came all the way back. Ooh, I really want to close this out. 1,400.
Do what you want to do, Terry, not what chat wants to do.
Yeah, I'm gonna close
Very
it out,
important.
guys.
It's a very important skill as a trader. I was giving you a hard time there because I was waiting for you to get to it, but very important skill as a trader.
Let's
Trade
go.
your trade, not chat's trade.
All right, I'm gonna close it at about 1,500. There we go. Closed. Woohoo! Thanks, Barbie. Yes, it's good. Trade the way you want to trade, not what other people are telling you what to do.
Yeah, that was kind of danger when you're like, chat, what should I do? Like, ooh.
Did that make your like spider sensors like go up? Like, oh, Terry, no.
Don't do that. That's danger zone.
Yeah. I like to live on the edge, though.
I know you do. But here's the thing. He's like, I want to live on the edge, but I want to win all my trades.
I know. This is true. Yeah,
Balance there.
you're right. Oh my gosh, the time. It flies. Last minute thoughts, Barbie, before we end the day together.
I'm just going to make sure that the market makers don't kidnap me and steal my stop losses. But
I need one. I'm afraid of getting kidnapped now, too.
yeah, so I think we're kind of absorbing the move from last night still, since that was a little bit news driven. So I'm going to be kind of trying to be patient and wait and see if we're going to get I mean, are we going to do a knife catch down here? We're kind of getting close to that spot. We'll see. So let
All
the
right.
market decide. I'm not going to tell the market what to do. It never works.
Oh, I was going to say, it's just like trying to tell a guy what to do. Bad. Okay, thank you, Barbie. We will see you bright and early tomorrow.
Alrighty, sounds good.
Alrighty, bye. Let's welcome Ash. Come on down, Ash.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm giving a W in chat for you is what I'm doing this morning. Let's go, Terry.
Thank you. Did you? I don't know if you were around to see that I switched accounts. So like the first trade didn't work, and then I was like, okay, I'm going to take some tidbits that I learned from our amazing traders, and one of the skills is to switch accounts, to not just like beat up one account. So I switched account, and so I felt comfortable taking that second trade. Yeah, it worked.
Amazing job. Congratulations. That was a beautiful move, to be honest. So
Thank you.
amazing way to close up the stream. How are you
Right?
doing today?
I'm good. My voice feels a little scratchy, so hopefully I'm not getting sick. But yeah, I'm feeling good. Oh my God, Ash, we hit 19,000 subs.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Amazing.
We have such an amazing community. Doesn't it feel so good to come to work every morning?
I mean, the amount that we're growing, the amount of value that we're providing, I'm very grateful to be here. So I'm thankful of chat and the entire community, MyFundedFutures. We're doing some amazing stuff here. I highly enjoy being here. So
Same.
thank you as well for your time. I mean, the amount of time you've spent with us here on the stream is probably more than anybody else. So thank you.
Thanks, Ash. Well, I will pass the baton to you. Have a great stream, and I will see you tomorrow.
All righty. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too. Bye, guys. Bye, chat.
Hey, good morning, everyone. How's everybody doing today? What a move lower there, huh? We'll talk about it here in a minute, but I'm going to take a moment to say good morning to the community, see how everybody's doing before we do that. So, good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. Very excited to get back on here with you all. Another day, another opportunity to keep gaining more conviction in our business. Conviction is built through experience, so we got to keep showing up. We got to give our business our undivided attention every single chance we can get. So, good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. Hope everybody's week is going well. Hope everybody's day is going well. Good morning, Joseph. Good morning, Abhishek. Good morning, Raphael Trades. Good morning, Mike. Good morning, No Luck, Pure Skill. Good morning, Denny. Good morning, Khan. Good morning, Raph. Good morning, MyFundedFutures. Good morning, Lucas. Good morning, Rocky Mountain Trader. Good morning, Yellow Dog. Good morning, Pigeon. Good morning, Mr. Delusional. Good morning, DJ Day Trader. Good morning, Drew. Good morning, Keith. Victor, what's up? Mary, what's up? Exploit the Vibe, good morning. Lewis, good morning. Mr. 10 Below, good morning. Hello, hello, hello. June, good morning. Yassine, good morning. Dan, good morning. What's up, everyone? How's everybody doing today? Hope everybody's week is going well. Hope everybody's day is going well. Let's see how chat's doing so far. Do me a favor. Throw a 1 in chat if you're green on the day. Throw a 2 in chat if you're red on the day. And throw a 3 in chat if you've yet to trade today. See how chat's doing so far. So starting off with some 1s. Couple 2s in there as well. Secured payout last night. Let's go, Pocket Trades. Let's throw a W in chat for Pocket Trades. Congratulations to Pocket Trades. Huge accomplishment getting to a payout. Amazing job. All the attention, all the time, all the focus that you're putting into your business is literally paying off. Congratulations. W in chat for Pocket Trades. So, looks like a bunch of 1s in chat this morning. Was it the move lower that you caught? Or was it the move higher that you caught? We're going to talk about both of them here. NQ did a good job moving higher here at the open, while ES also did a good job here moving lower. So, definitely some important information here that we're going to go over. Let's take a look. Throw it in chat. Did you capture the short or did you capture the long? What did you guys catch this morning? Here's the position that I'm going to talk about first. So this was a short position. We'll talk about that first, and then we'll head over to NQ. So it looks like majority of people caught the short. Let's talk about the short. This one was really clean, in my opinion. Let's hop out here to the 15-minute time frame, simply because the Kraken correlation here was so clear that it was hard to miss, right? So take a look at the highs. Notice how the 6:15 a.m. high, notice how ES never went above it. Okay? Let's hop over here to NQ. Notice how NQ did run above that same swing high. Kraken correlation, you get bearish SMT there. Right? So bearish SMT would mean there's weakness in the marketplace, and when there's weakness in the marketplace, you want to be shorting the weaker pair. When using SMT, the weaker pair is the one that makes the failure swing. So let's just take a look real quick. Here's an example, both in price action and an example here on the right side of the screen. So this is NQ right now, right? It made a swing high, then it ran above the swing high. So this one's NQ, and this one is ES. See the stark difference? There's a huge difference here. NQ ran above the swing high. ES did not. This is showing weakness in the marketplace. This is showing that ES is the weaker pair. Right? So when you're looking at bearish SMT, you want to be shorting the weaker pair. So hopping over to the weaker pair at New York Open, we can see that they create a bearish unicorn. You get a swing high, you get a swing low. That initial swing high gets swept, then we make a new low. This is the exact model that I trade. It's a breaker block plus an FEG. The breaker block is always going to be the lowest down close candle before the leg up that took liquidity. All right, so it's these candles here. You want to see that there's an FVG aligned with the breaker. You can see the FVG here. There's your breaker block plus FVG, right? So anytime after this confirmation, right? So this would be confirmed here at 9:43 a.m. in the morning. After 9:43 a.m. in the morning, any one of these are short entries. I look to enter at the beginning of the breaker with a stop at the swing high, aiming for a 2R. So you had a lot of time to prepare for this, seeing that there was, let's see, 1 entry, 2 entries, 3 entries, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe even 11 entries here over the span of 9:44 to 10:03. So you had about 15 minutes to analyze this and understand how to use it. You had 15 minutes to engage with it, measure your risk, prepare for it. Any one of those are an entry. Your invalidation is the swing high, exactly what's shown with the position indicator tool. That's your invalidation. It never goes to invalidation. Yes, there was drawdown. But here goes that conversation that we always have. And let me ask you, chat, like before I just hand out the information, let me ask you, are you the type of individual that raises their stop loss above break even when you become green? Yes or no? Throw it in chat. Are you the type of individual to raise your stop loss when you become green? Yes or no? Very important here. Very important here because, right, let's go back. Let's say you did capture the first entry. Let's say you did get short here. Price moved nicely in your favor. And this would probably be the moment in time that you raise your stop loss to break even because you're sitting there saying, I don't want to let a winner become a loser. I want to protect myself. Instead of saying, I've accepted the risk, I'm looking to focus on a 1 to 2 risk to reward. Price hasn't provided a result that shows -1R or +2R. Right? There's 2 types of individuals here because the individual that raises their stop loss to break even gets taken out. Right? You just got taken out for what? Plus $50 because you put it 1 point above your entry. So you're looking at a difference of plus $50 or what is this? 17 points. So that's what? 500 plus 750. That's like $900 or $850, right? Sorry, my math is horrible, apparently. That's a difference of about plus $50 or plus $850 by one simple decision. By one decision to either move your stop loss to break even or not. And where does that decision get made? Up here. It's going to be you versus you. Your mental intelligence, your emotional intelligence, your ability to accept risk management, right? Are you focused on executing your emotions or are you focused on executing your risk management? There's a clear difference because your emotions here would say, I don't want to let a winner become a loser. Your risk management here would say, I haven't gotten a result to my position yet, so I'm just going to keep waiting. There's a huge difference, and the results are much different as well. So the individual that accepted their risk and decided to only accept plus 2R or minus 1R, that individual had a beautiful win this morning because this thing then goes to plus 2R. And we've talked about this scenario time in and time again. You know, in my opinion, the time to protect yourself is when you're purchasing that eval. When you go to MyFundedFutures and you decide you want to start a new eval That's when you decide whether you want to risk money or not. But when you risk money, when you start that eval, then you have to implement your plan. So set that game plan first, understand how you want to execute first. Okay? You should do that by collecting so much data that it shows you how to execute. Why do you think we're showing up to this live stream every single morning? Why do you think we continue to keep working every single chance we can get? We're collecting that data. Every single time we sit here and have this conversation, the logic that we're going over is shown right here on the screen. So all of those times that, everybody thought it was interesting or different that I don't move my stop loss, here is your exact example. Okay? The individuals that moved their stop loss to break even got taken out of a beautiful trade, a trade in which it never goes to invalidation. So the idea that is shown here was always correct. It did end up playing out. But the difference is the decisions that are made here. Okay, so your mental intelligence, your emotional intelligence, your actions aligning with your words. You have to be able to withstand the price fluctuations, knowing that the most important thing is to carry out your risk management strategy. Okay, because the simple fact is it doesn't matter what strategy you use. All strategies could work. All strategies could fail. All of them. There is no holy grail. There is no secret sauce. Every single one of them could fail. Every single one of them could work. The difference is the decisions you make during the time of. Here you go. Beautiful short position here on ES. And if anybody's just joining now, let's just recap it real quick. Because in my opinion, this was clear as day. We talk about cracks and correlation. We talk about that being the thing showing us that it's actually time to execute. It doesn't get any clearer than this, right? It is very clear that ES is much weaker than NQ because ES failed to run above this high while NQ did, right? So that's not hindsight. You can see that during the time of, right? This crack and correlation happens first. You can see that before you get into the trade. Okay, so beautiful position. Congratulations to the Bears. Very good job to all the individuals that captured this position. Throw a W in chat if you were able to get green from this short position. If you were able to take the short, congratulations. Very good job today. And that moves me to the next portion of the conversation is what you do in between this position and your next position is going to have a huge difference in your results. Okay? I'm going to ask you another question, chat. Chat, after you take a winning trade, what do you do? If you've taken a winning trade this morning, are you done for the day? Or are you going to go and take another position? Yes or no? Yes or no? It's going to make a huge difference in your results. In my opinion, I highly suggest you be done for the day, right? Create a game plan. Once you get a result to that game plan, win or loss, the results don't matter. The results are a byproduct. Once you get a result to the game plan, be done for the day, right? Why would you give back all of the hard work that you just completed? Like seriously, we're talking about $850 here. And you're willing to go to a 9 to 5 for $100 a day? Where is the disconnect there? Why would you be willing to spend 8 hours a day for $100, but you're not willing to accept $850 in the matter of an hour? What's the difference there? What? You know, you get what I'm trying to say? If you can't allow the results to be a byproduct, then, executing emotionally, executing your impulses, I don't think that's going to end very well. Accept what has been completed and choose the efficient risk management decision. Because once again, it's not the model that you use, it's the risk management that you implement day to day. Your ability to control your mind and your actions should align with risk management. That's what's actually going to make progress in this business. Not some strategy, not some holy grail. Matter of fact, the only holy grail there is, the only secret there is risk management. That is the only thing that matters. That is the top priority at all times. So, if you were able to get green this morning, in my opinion, it's time to go to the gym. It's time to work on other businesses. It's never acceptable to overtrade. It's never acceptable to oversize. Be done. Amazing job to all the individuals that were able to get the short this morning. Congratulations on getting green. Sorry if I missed any questions. I wanted to get through this review first. It was a beautiful trade. I wanted to make sure everybody saw the position. Yes, obviously the position already occurred. That's just, what I get for getting the 1030 to 1130 segment. The majority of my positions occur there at New York Open. As I've explained to you all, I focus on New York Open. So this is what we get for the 1030 to 1130 segment. At this point in time, no, I would no longer be willing to short, right? We've already completed that move. So that is done. That's the entire conversation I'm trying to have, is that position is done. So the next thing I wanted to do is update the weekly outlooks, right? Every single Monday, we start a weekly outlook so that we can game plan moving forward for the week. So let's get an update to that since we're now on the back half of the week. All right, let's go through the assets real quick. After that, we can do some questions and answers. Just want to make sure we get through the information first. Let's take a look. Let's hop over to Euro. We did Euro, Dixie, oil, and NQ and ES. So let's take a look. Some phenomenal weekly outlooks this past week. On Euro, we were looking for higher prices because of this right here. Price invalidated this bearish gap and created a bullish gap. Price also has equal highs up here to reach for. Very good job for the bulls in EU. The weekly outlook of looking for higher prices was correct. We did get a move higher. Now, when we're bullish, where do we look for longs, right? On Monday, we were talking about a bullish weekly outlook. Now, to actually execute a bullish idea, what do? We look for longs inside of bullish fair value gaps or in or below swing lows, right? So taking that weekly outlook, if you just looked below Monday's daily low, price taps into a bullish FVG. This is why we create a game plan right here. Having a weekly outlook shows you how to move forward on the week. If you use the weekly outlook, we were bullish on euro. And if you understand, some of the logic that I've been providing, the locations that we look for longs are inside of bullish fair value gaps. This is the low of the week here on euro. You're talking about capturing the low of the week just from a weekly outlook. It taps into the bullish fair value gap and then moves higher. So very good job for the bullish outlook on euro. We got a beautiful move higher and a phenomenal opportunity there for potentially the low of the week. Very good job on euro, which in return, Dixie is inversely correlated to euro. And look, the information is still on here from that weekly outlook. I guess I must not have been on Dixie since then, but here's that weekly outlook we did on Monday. We were looking for lower prices on Dixie, and we got them. So congratulations on the bears for Dixie. And this is the same exact conversation, just inverse to euro, right? When you're bearish, you want to be shorting from a bearish fair value gap, right? So here's that gap. Price taps into it and then runs lower. Amazing job for that weekly outlook as well. We got a nice move lower there on Dixie, potentially the weekly high there. So very good job there. Feel free to fact check me at any point in time. Go and watch my segment from Monday morning here on this live stream. Go ahead and just watch that weekly outlook and then compare to it now. This is not hindsight. This is us creating a game plan and then getting a result to the game plan. All you got to do is put the time in to go watch it. Beautiful move lower there on Dixie. Oil is up next. On oil, we were looking for lower prices. 3 out of 3 weekly outlooks were correct so far. Same exact reasoning as Dixie. We were looking at an invalidated gap. So, there we go. Once this gap was invalidated, if you go and watch the Monday morning segment, this is what you'll see, right? This was the weekly outlook. I pointed to this right here. This is exactly what you'll see. I was looking for lower prices to target these lows here because of this information. Target completed. So very good job there for oil. We got the lower prices. Amazing job there. Give me 2 seconds. We'll complete NQ and ES next. Just going to take a sip of, I got kombucha today. No coffee today. We got kombucha today. Kombucha. NQ and ES next. So NQ and ES, we were looking for a move to all-time highs. Very simple stuff. Reason why was this right here. We had pointed to the fact that we had swept a swing low. After sweeping that swing low, we were looking for a move higher to new all-time highs. Now, we did a decent job with this one. It made it back to 50% of the range. So, no, the target wasn't completed. Yes, we did get a decent move higher, but there's still some unfinished business there. more than okay with the fact that maybe we'll take it, tomorrow, the next day, maybe next week. The fact of the matter is the logic that we continue to keep providing on a day-to-day basis. On a daily chart, we have a bullish bias when price is at a swing low or inside of a bullish FVG. Our weekly outlook on ES and NQ was bullish because price swept a swing low. We get a beautiful move higher there on Monday, and then some consolidation. So we did get a move higher, but we've stalled out here at the middle of the range. NQ did a little bit better. This one's closer to its target. So in terms of new all-time highs, we had the same exact outlook on NQ as well. We were looking for higher prices to new all-time highs. You can clearly see the strength here between NQ and ES. You can see that NQ is acting as the stronger pair. Some phenomenal weekly outlooks. I highly suggest you go back to that Monday's live stream and rewatch it. The important information here is developing a game plan so that you understand what to look for throughout the week, then executing that game plan with strictly defined risk management. Amazing. Absolutely amazing all around. Congratulations to anybody that was able to take advantage of that information. Now, where we're at currently, I'm not looking to reanalyze. Okay, so once again, going back to the statement, if you have a game plan, once you get a result to that game plan, then just move to the sidelines. It sounds like the objective has been completed, right? So create a game plan, execute that game plan. Once you get a result to it, be done, right? So now where I'm at is, I'd rather at this moment in time not ruin any of the hard work that has been completed throughout the week, right? We had a payout there. I don't want to instantly give back that money, right? I'd rather keep the payout, stay green, and go into the weekend very happy. Okay, so amazing stuff here. We can hop over to some questions and answers. Sorry for the long-winded response. I needed to make sure that we were up to date with the weekly outlook. We needed to review this morning's trade as well. So sorry if I missed any questions or information. I'm going to hop over to chat now that I completed the analysis. Let's have a conversation. Let's go through any of those questions or information that you'd like to. Let me hop over to chat. Give me 2 seconds. All right, just getting over to chat now. Do me a favor, chat. If you're finding any value from this, if any of the logic, if any of the experience that you've had with us, with me, with any of the other hosts, with My Funded Futures, if you're gaining any value from it, if you're learning something, hit the sub button, hit the like button. We're doing this every single week. Share the stream with your communities. Throw it up on Instagram, throw it on YouTube, throw it on Twitter. Tag us in it. Get some more viewers in here. That way they could participate in the giveaways as well. Help a friend out. Help a family member out. Let them get a chance at the giveaways as well. Go and share the link with your communities. Hit the sub button. Hit the like button. We're going to continue to keep working every single day. You know where to find me. I will be here working. So I highly enjoy working with other like-minded professionals. That's why I'm always so grateful for everybody here. And once again, I'll say thank you again, because the amount of questions and information that we get to go over every single day, every single week, it's providing a lot of repetition. And conviction is built through repetition. So I'm going to keep working. I would love to keep working with you all. And thank you for everybody that continues to keep showing up and working with us. I finally made it over to chat. Once again, sorry if I missed any questions. Let's see what we got now. Perfect question there. We'll start with MyFundedFutures question, which is the poll. What do you guys think of SMT? Is it legit? Nothing special? You don't use it? I don't understand it. What do you guys think? Is that something you guys use in your process? Is that information overload? Is that not worth it? What do you guys think? Can we get an analysis on gold? Let's take a look at gold. I haven't been on gold in a while, so I'm really a component of less is more, quality over quantity. You can see my watch list is very small because of it. Let's take a look at gold. This is what I have to say about gold. Wow. I mean, this is quite the consolidation. That's what I have to say about that. We're just ranging. I don't think this is very definitive. This is kind of the situation that we had with NQ and ES yesterday. When you cannot be one-sided, right? When you cannot clearly identify one bias, when you cannot clearly create a game plan, execute a game plan, that's when I would want to sit on the sidelines and wait. That's how I feel about gold right now. This thing, look at this consolidation. This thing has been going sideways for quite some time. Wow. Since April. Jeez. This is really the only thing I can say about gold is we're clearly in a range. This is the only thing I could definitively say in terms of how to view gold. This thing is ranging. It's a very clear range here, right? In terms of ranges, you can still trade them, but you have to understand how to trade them. When you're dealing with a range, in my opinion, the best opportunities present themselves at the extremes of the range, right? So take a look at this. You wouldn't have been able to capture this one because this was the beginning of the range. But once you've seen this range develop, right, now we have a range, you would have been able to take advantage of this. So this is an example of the extreme of the range. This is how I would treat gold right now, is waiting for price to get to the extreme of the range, and then I would look for a move back to the middle of the range. Oh, that went the wrong way. This is what I would treat gold as. This is how I analyze ranges. This is what gold is currently doing. So this is how I would treat gold, is I would be patient and wait. Why are the arrows backwards? What's going on here? These are the only two opportunities that I would look for in gold right now, and I would wait until that happens. Wait for either the low of the range to get taken out. Wait for the high of the range to get taken out. If that happens, then I would look for a move back to the middle of the range. That's what I have to say about gold there. Very good question. In your opinion, what are the best protocols for self-accountability for one to know that he or she is on the right track? Minus EV or plus EV? Okay, so in my opinion, you have to have ways of tracking your progress outside of your P&L. Okay? For example, documenting. I've spoke about journaling many times. Journaling is going to be your number one learning opportunity because it's literally your own thoughts, your own actions, your own charts, and it causes repetition. Okay, so, right, are you journaling consistently? No? Well, it sounds like you might have a consistency issue. And for something that doesn't cost any money, right, you can come up to New York Open. You could show up for New York Open every single morning if you chose to, right? It's a choice. It's a choice. You could choose to show up to New York Open every single morning, and you could take screenshots of what you saw, how you acted, what you felt during the time of, the results to that information. That's a form of progress that you can track outside of your P&L. Do you actually journal every single day? Yes or no? Consistency is going to be key, and you have to have discipline. So the discipline to show up every single day and do that. Right? And if consistency is not the issue and discipline's the issue, then the next thing I would say is, do you go to the gym every day? Do you eat healthy? Another thing outside of your P&L that you can track to see if you're working on discipline. Right? So if discipline's the issue, then I expect you to be going to the gym 3 days out of the week. And that's something outside of your P&L that you can easily track to see if you're actually making progress. Right? Another example would be patience. A lot of individuals are too impulsive in this business. Right? So, for example, outside of your P&L, you could track, how many books you've read. Right? Are you patient enough to sit down and read for X amount of time every single day or every single week, however you want to measure it? Again, something outside of your P&L that you can track that's going to work on things that you need in this business. Patience, discipline, consistency. Okay, so very good question. That is the type of mental and emotional intelligence that we need, because I know I just sound like a broken record, but that's because, this is what this business is. It's going to come down to you. So your mental and emotional intelligence is what's going to make the difference in your P&L. Very good question. Very good question. So stick around. We are going to have a giveaway coming up. Not going to tell you when, because we did do 2 scheduled giveaways already this week. Yesterday was a surprise. Today will be a surprise. But I can say, if you want to help out a friend, if you want to help out a family member, go share the link to the stream on your socials. We're going to have another giveaway coming up here shortly. So you're going to want to stick around, along with helping out a friend. Go share the link of the stream in your communities, on your socials. Give them a chance to get the giveaway as well. While you're at it, we're trying to hit 20K now. The next goal for the subs is 20K. We might set something up for 20K. Not going to give anything away. We'll see. But sub to the channel, like the video, turn those notifications on. Let's continue to keep working each week. Hey, Ash, do you use other systems or just the Unicorn? So I've been trading for a long time now. Well, there's been people that have been trading for much longer than me, but a decade is a decent amount of time. I've traded many systems throughout that time. I spoke about this with Tom during yesterday's segment that for me, it was a trial by fire type of learning experience. I learned how to trade right here on the screen. I learned by showing up to my session every single morning. And I was doing a testing to get results, review the results, try something different, try to make it more efficient. I went through a very long testing period. I would test a strategy. I would look at the results. If it wasn't favorable results, I would try a new strategy. And I just kept trying over and over and over again, new strategies. I did the breakouts. I did the moving averages. I did the indicators. I've done a lot of strategies so far. Come to realize the thing that actually helped progress was sticking to one strategy, right? Cutting out all the noise. Get rid of the idea that you need to find something that works perfectly. There is no holy grail, okay? There is no one best way to move forward. The best way to move forward is working on yourself, working on your patience, choosing risk management to be the number one priority, having discipline in your approach. Okay? You have to understand that it's going to be you that makes the difference. This is a you versus you battle. This is truly 80% mental, 20% chart. The moment that you can control your actions, the moment that you can ensure that you're choosing risk management over everything else, that's when you're going to make progress. It's not the strategy that does that. So that was when I got over the hurdle. That was when I finally became profitable, and it took some time to do that. So yes, I've definitely tried many strategies before. I have. Hi, Ash. Right now, there's a short unicorn on NQ with SMT. Is this correct? I need a time frame. I need a little more information than that. You know what I mean? Like, are we looking at, and oh, you did say NQ. So are we looking at the 15-minute, the 5-minute? What are we looking at? Right. So if you're pointing to this up here, this is a unicorn. Yes, this is a breaker block right here at New York Open that has an FVG aligned with it. Gave multiple entries, and it already moved lower. So if you're talking about this short, I would agree with you. But if you're talking about an entry, that already occurred and it played out. So this is not something that I would enter anymore. On top of the fact that NQ is the stronger pair. So I don't want to be executing a short on the stronger pair. ES is the weaker pair. So if there was a short to take, I would want to take it on ES. And hear me clearly. This short idea already played out. Okay, so we've already moved much lower. We short above old highs, not below old lows. We've already moved lower. So if you're trying to short down here, this is not something that I do. It's not time to short. The time to short already occurred when we were above some highs, and then we moved many points lower. So no, I'm not willing to short anymore. That play already occurred. Where price is currently is not a location that I would look to short. So if you're looking to short NQ, that's not something I will be doing. This does not follow the type of logic that I use. I won't be using that. Pros and cons of using the 1-minute and 3-minute instead of the 5-minute. You can use any time frame you want. The model remains the same no matter what time frame you're on. I highly suggest you collect enough data to understand what you're best with operating, right? For example, my results show that the 1-minute time frame is my worst performing time frame. So I try my best. I'm not saying I don't execute 1-minute trades anymore, because I still do. All I'm saying is my data. My data shows me that the 1-minute time frame is my worst performing time frame. So I try to stay off the 1-minute time frame. But you need to look internal for that answer. Collect your own data, because you might be better at executing the 1-minute time frame than I am. Right? The information is going to be unique to yourself, because you are your own operator. You're your own individual. And I highly suggest independent thinking. Independent thinking is the best way forward. Very good question. Hey, Ash, what should we do if we follow our plan every day and still have 4-day losing streak? The results are a byproduct of the plan. The results, that doesn't mean anything. You have to fall in love with the plan and allow the results to be a byproduct of it. I've had 7 loss streaks before. I didn't change my model because of it. You understand what I'm saying? The results need to be a byproduct. Stop allowing the results to induce emotions that are going to negatively impact you. Again, the results are a byproduct of the process. Ash, what are your thoughts on standard deviations or Fibonacci retracements? That's not something that I use. And information that I don't have, I have to defer to other people because I'd rather not provide any low quality responses. So I'm sorry that I'm not able to respond to that one. That's just not something that I use. So I'm not going to give a low quality answer for information that I don't have. I'd rather just defer to somebody else that actually uses that. Chat, 50 free resets using code SND50. Go and grab one of the 50 free resets. 50 free resets using code SND50. Who's going to grab one? Who's going to grab one? Throw a W in chat if you're able to grab one. Who is one of those winners? Amazing. Another day, another giveaway. Absolutely amazing. Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you to MyFundedFutures. Once again, providing value every single day. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. Throw a W in chat if you're able to get one. Congratulations to the winners. Another day, another giveaway. Incredible, man. Incredible. Ash, have you always been this disciplined or you built it while trading? So there's two different answers to that. In life, yes, I've always been that disciplined. I was in sports my entire life. So I was raised on like a very regimented type of personality. I was, always focusing on, my health, always focusing on getting better within the sport I was playing. So the discipline in terms of that definitely came from sports. But when it comes to trading, there was many, many times where I lacked discipline. It's not easy to carry discipline over from your life into trading because, finances, money has a real big impact on a lot of people's lives. So there's a lot of emotions that go with that. Okay, so no, I didn't always have discipline in trading. There was many times where, I blew accounts, I over leveraged, I over traded. It is the normal trading experience to go through those things. If you can learn from it and you can better yourself from it, then you'll be able to make progress. But if you turn a blind eye to it, if you don't work on it, and if you just allow it to take over your business, then it's going to be a problem. Okay, so there was many times where I lacked discipline throughout my first couple of years, without a doubt. I'm a normal trader just like everybody else. I've blown many accounts. I have no problem saying it because that's the reality of trading. You're going to blow accounts. Plain and simple. I've blown accounts. You've blown accounts. He or she has blown accounts. I don't really care what other people have to say. Trying to be perfect is very low probability. So if you think that you're just going to come in here and make tons of money your very first attempt, I highly suggest you give yourself a little more leniency. So it is the normal progress of a trader to go through that fear, that greed, the lack in discipline, the lack in patience. That's what trading is. That is the natural experience of a trader. Why was the coupon not valid? You got to understand that there's 600 plus people in here for only 50 codes. So that code is going to go very quick. A lot of people have been here for a while, so they, have done this many times. So they act very quick. They know how to get these giveaways. You have to be ready. Okay. They're going to go very quick. 600 people for 50 codes. yeah, it's going to go within seconds. So that's why it doesn't work anymore, because the code is done, right? The uses have been completed. Okay, so when not to trade lunch, would you... sorry if I'm reading this wrong. When not to trade lunch... Oh, why can't I read? When not trading lunch, would you still hold a trade through that session? So I don't look to enter trades during lunch, but if I was already in a trade, then just allow the trade to be completed, right? You can hold a trade through lunch. You can hold a trade at any point in time, right? You just can't hold it overnight because you're not allowed to swing trade. So if you open the trade at 10 o'clock and it runs all the way to 4 o'clock, yeah, keep holding the trade until you get a result. But you definitely have to manually close it no matter what before the market closes, because we can't hold it overnight. So yeah, if you're going to hold it through lunch, that's completely fine. Wait until you get a result. Okay. Ash, have you ever tried or considered automating the unicorn setup? That's not something I'm going to do. I don't think there's a reason to do that. Doesn't matter if it's automated or not. You're going to have wins. You're going to have losses. So, I don't think there's a reason to automate it. Maybe somebody doesn't have enough time within their day, so that type of individual can't be at the screens. Maybe they should automate it. But there's many indicators out there. You could already find them. Once again, there's nothing new under the sun, so somebody's already done that somewhere. How do you apply these coupons? Well, you go to checkout, right? You go to complete a transaction at MyFundedFutures. During checkout, it says apply code. That is where you apply the code. You press apply code, and then you complete the transaction. Ash, what about an indicator that maybe shows your confluences? Once again, there is nothing new under the sun, so nothing needs to be created because somebody else has already done it. The only confluence that I use is cracks in correlation, right? SMT. So there are many indicators out there that already show SMT. You can definitely find these things. Every piece of my process, you can already find it online, right? It is out there somewhere. Somebody's already made it. Just got to go and do the research for it. All I'm doing is looking for swing highs, swing lows, FVGs, and cracks in correlation. You can find all of those in an indicator if you really wanted to. In my opinion, I don't want to rely on anything, right? I already have to rely on internet and electric. That's enough. That's why you don't see anything on my charts here, right? Like what happens when that indicator disappears and you could no longer have access to it? What are you going to do then, right? Are you just not going to trade anymore because you don't, have the tools that you need? Or are you going to be able to trade without those tools? Okay. In my opinion, it's also a matter of keeping expenses down. We've talked about expenses versus income, right? Better the bottom line while increasing the top line, right? I don't want to pay for subscriptions to indicators when I could just analyze this myself. That seems like an unnecessary cost, in my opinion. I understand how to do that myself, so keep your expenses down, increase the income. So, it's such a phenomenal conversation here this morning that I didn't even realize what time it is. We have Tom coming up next. I just want to take a moment to say thank you again. I really am very grateful for the entire community. I'm grateful for chat, getting to go over these questions, getting to go over this information on such a consistent basis. It's really providing a lot of value. All of the giveaways that we're doing, thank you to MyFundedFutures. The amount of value that's shared there every single day is incredible. Thank you to the other hosts as well. They're doing a phenomenal job sharing information, sharing trades, sharing ideas, coming up here and sharing their journey with you. So thank you to everybody. I hope everybody has a great day. Let's go ahead and welcome Tom up on the stage, and I will see you all tomorrow. Have a nice day, everyone.
Welcome, everybody. Hello. Hey, what's going on? Good to see you guys. Thank you, Ash. Oh my God, this was a good section, a good segment. Ash, thanks again for all the valuable information there. As always, I enjoy listening in, and it's always such a valuable information. W's for Ash here. Welcome, chat. Hello. Let me see the charts. Guys, I'm going to tell you something. I don't want to freeze today, but I had a power outage in my street. So the whole street just, it happened. I got electricity, you won't believe it, about 5 minutes ago. There was a power outage for like 30 minutes. Well, actually, not 30 minutes, but 20-something minutes. And I don't want to be a ghost again. I really hope it's not going to happen. But yeah, this was like, whew, I was a little bit scared. So the mic is kind of weird. Oh my God. Inconsistent. No. Come on. The mic is a bit weird. Goes loud and then quiet. Oh my God. I don't want to do this again. Do I need to restart my segment again because of this? I think I know what's the issue with the microphone, but yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, I think there could be an issue. I think there could be an issue with the microphone. But in order to fix that, I think I need to restart. I'm not sure. Maybe if I I'm not sure. Yeah, Magnus was asking me what's happening. Get a new mic. I don't know what's happening. I need to listen to the stream. So anyway, I have some good topics for today, but I'm just not sure about the microphone. There's one way to fix it, by the way. Yeah, I know what's the issue. Sometimes it goes loud, sometimes it's just, yeah, I know what the issue is. Man. Yeah, it comes in kind of waves. Man, no, replugging it is not going to help. I really hate to do that. I hate to do this. Magnus, can we do a restart? I need to do a restart. It's kind of embarrassing right now. Okay. I need to do a restart, guys. Just give me 2 minutes. It's kind of embarrassing. I'm sorry about this. I'm gonna do restart. I'll be right back in 2 minutes. I know what the issue is. I'll be right back. Thank you, Magnus. Take over.
Testing. Hello, chat. Can you hear me now? I'm really hoping you can hear me. I don't want, it's a little sad. It's a little bit sad that Tom has issues with his mic, but I also do. Maybe MyFundedFutures needs to get us new mics or something. All right, you can hear me. Wonderful, wonderful. What is that accent? It is Finnish. All right, but I am fluent in many languages. I speak Finnish, I speak Swedish, English, French, German, but it is my mother tongue, so. Accent of Russia, no, it's not, but it's kind of close, but it's definitely not. Face reveal, I think next week I'm going to book myself in a guest slot. What do you think of that? Is it a bad or a good idea? By the way, chat, I took a trade today. I actually did, and I just got out barely. I was essentially looking at this trade. You know, I basically trade sweeps. So I look at where it's likely to go, up or down, and I was looking at this target here, and I essentially looked at this. It pulled. I'm not sure how I'm going to explain it in such a short time, but basically it purged these lows, and I went long as it was breaking this again. It basically resistance zone support or whatever you want to call it, and then I just took a 1-to-1. I was done. So it's a little bit of a messy chart, but this is essentially what I do. I look at the direction of the trend, and then I wait for this, right? You see that? Stops are here. I wait for them to get purged, and then as this confirms and comes back to retest, I just short here, and I go for a 1-to-1. Stop is here, and TP is here. Very simple. Brr, brr, patapim. I know that's like brain rot or something. Hey, it's Gabriel said it. You're gonna be our host. Well, I don't know about that, but I might pop in every now and then. Andre, how are you? Mike, Drew from Seoul. All right, we have Tom coming back already. It's nice having my little bit of fame here too. All right, I'm gonna switch back to Tom now. All right, and by the way, I do have a code ready for you, but we gotta pump up the views a little bit more. Let's say 500, huh? That's fair. I think that's fair. 500. And we have 2 giveaways coming up, by the way. So look at our Discord after the stream. You will be announced, and then we have this Twitter giveaway going on. We're gonna figure out what time we're gonna announce them tomorrow. So, all right, let's get Tom back here.
Hey, everybody. I'm back again. I'm back again. Don't worry. Everything seems to be all right. I hope that it's going to be all right. But I just couldn't figure out. I mean, I kind of knew what the issue was. So hopefully it will go away now. And hopefully the voice is all good. The voice, the microphone and everything is back to normal. Thank you. Mr. Freeze. That's going to be my new nickname. But anyway, don't worry. We're all good. The thing is, the power outage messed up my computer totally. So, my sweet, smooth voice is back now. The hammer is always ready to fix the voice. But don't worry. I'm not going to freeze again. I'm not going to do it again. It's not going to happen. Oh, man. I'm really sorry about it. I can promise you guys this. There's going to be a code. There's going to be something. As Magnus said, stick around, All right, stick around. But I have some good topics, and obviously I'm going to go through real quick on some technical stuff. And I'm going to buy that. I'm going to do that, definitely. I went from AI Tom to real Tom right now. That's the new power I have. So... The screen is so far okay, right? Yeah, it's cool. All right, so what I want to say is that, technically speaking, the London session was a little bit boring. Yeah, we have the 500 bounty. Don't forget it. So I don't know if it's going to be a screen or not. It's going to be a sneaky one, maybe. I'm going to ask Magnus. I'm not going to give away how it's going to happen. Just stick around. That's all I can tell you. So... on the London session, there was nothing really happening. Just a quick recap. The only zone I was having after the 2 a.m. London kill zone start is that 5-minute supply zone, which actually got broken, and that was it. Oops. Nothing else happened after that. And as we went higher, there was really nothing that I could trade to. I was looking for a possible short opportunity. The only level that's still left on my game plan is to go for that 5-minute demand zone on the downside here. So that's the only thing that I left as a possible target. So I had much better trades on gold. So just a quick recap with the gold. We had a nice little 3-minute demand zone down here, and I took a short trade live on my stream earlier, and look at how beautifully it went down. as we were approaching that 3-minute zone, and it was right after the 10 a.m. hour, I entered on this fair value gap and nicely went down and tagged it. Now, after this, I'm really not sure what's going to happen because practically there's nothing else to do. I think President Trump is going to speak later, maybe 4 p.m. I don't know if the market is really waiting for it or is going to, talk about the trade wars again. For now, the only level that I'm watching on NQ, and now I'm back to NQ, is this 5-minute demand zone. And also we have a 15-minute demand zone as well. So if you switch to the 15-minute chart, you will see that back here, we have a perfect demand zone in this level. That's practically from the Asia session. So that's an Asia session level. And that's why if it wants to go down there and tag that level, it could be also taking out the Asia low at 443. So I'll be curious if it happens or not. I hope it happens, but I don't have an entry. So there is some inversion gap here. And obviously, it seems like it wants to break lower. And there is a fair value gap picking up liquidity from this area somewhere around 515. So if you want to go for it, still with a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio, my final TP, if I would enter, would be 470. So for example, here, 470 or 71 could be a good target. Even with a 1.5 risk to reward ratio, that's the only trade I can line up with. And it's basically on the 1-minute chart. So, let's drop it. What do I see on ES? Well, so far I wasn't really following. I mean, I was following ES, but I wasn't really looking at specific levels. We definitely broke lower on this. There was a zone here from yesterday, actually after the 6 p.m. reset yesterday, and it has technically been broken down. And the next level on ES, if it would start to go, is at 6339.50, which is also a 15-minute demand zone right here. And it's also from Wednesday. Now, the thing is that this happened yesterday New York AM session. So that's why it could be significant if it would still like to drop lower. My only concern, both with ES and NQ, well, NQ not so much, but ES, is that there was no significant retracement in price. So I know it's kind of interesting, but there was no significant retracement. I would still think that this is bearish. It would be a slow grind lower, and that's why I think NQ is just going to go as well. It's just so close to this level. And it's a textbook level, by the way, at 463. But if we go with the low-hanging fruit, and that's going to be somewhere around 470 because of early profit taking. Like, it could happen, but if you are bearish, but got to be careful, all right? Market could be just going sideways. If I look at the 5-minute and the 15-minute chart, it's not looking good. But there are no more fair value gaps up here to reprice. Not even, well, a small one here on the 5-minute, and that's all. Nothing more we can look for. And that's why I think this level at 470 could be the final destination, not the movie, but for price. So maybe that could be the final destination for this move. Maybe the Trump tariffs are going to cause some dumpage here at the end of the day. We'll see how it works. I'm quite curious, that's for sure. But I'm not going to say no. And yeah, final destination for today's NQ. But I'm not taking this trade. So far, I'm in the green today. I had some good trades. And today, gold was really paying for those funded accounts because gold was really moving nicely for those levels. Otherwise, I haven't seen anything that we can go for on NQ. But, it can change. It can change. I don't have a reason to look for a reversal on NQ. So if it starts to go higher, I have no game plan. I have absolutely no game plan to trade this to a significant high or somewhere. Absolutely no game plan for that. I didn't see the latest. No. I think I saw that. I think I saw the latest Final Destination movie. That's kind of crazy. I mean, back in the days, like, I think the first one was like, how long was it? Like 15 years ago, or I don't even know. It was quite long ago. Like looking back, it's like, it's a popcorn movie. It's a good film. It's most likely a popcorn movie. The one you see once and you just move on to the next movie. That's what happens. All right, guys, you know what to do. Smash the like button, subscribe to MyFunded TV, all right? And call the neighbors and friends, everybody, grandma, grandpa, wife, husband, kids, anyone, high school friends, everybody. Just do it. DEW, But I have a good topic, by the way, and shout out to Zacromancer. I don't know if he's here. We were having a good conversation in my stream earlier, and, Zacromancer came up with a great topic, and I think it's just so awesome. We need to talk about it. And by the way, if you have questions about risk management, strategy, levels, just let me hear it. And he's here. Look at that. He's here. Zacromancer is here. So before we move on, if you have questions, let me know. Can you flex your muscles? Yeah, I can. Look at this. You can't see it, right? Well, back in the days, I thought we could build up some muscle, but the muscle that we're building up is in our head, right? The thoughts on risk to reward, the one-to-one risk to reward, I think it's great. Some people are saying that you need to aim for 1 to 5R, 4R. There's nothing wrong with that. I think the optimal risk to reward is anywhere between like 1 to 2. So if you're going for a 1-to-1 risk to reward, I think that is excellent. I think that is awesome. Obviously, you need to keep yourself somewhere above 50% win ratio. I am buffed, I know. So I think a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio is good. The thing I like to do this is I aim for 1 to 2, but as the market might move, and I know I'm speaking against myself because I always say don't mess around with your trade, right? But there could be occasions, especially when news hits the market, something happens, if something happens, or there may be, the market just go too much sideways, or, that sixth sense the sixth sense that you're developing with chart time is kicking in, like, okay, this trade could be turning back. Obviously, when you're journaling, you can also ask yourself by the end of the day, was my gut feeling telling me the right direction? Was that sixth sense was telling me the right way to go? Or, that you can also journal that down. And that's not a silly question as it sounds like, but you can just ask yourself. And as chart time goes more and more, it actually is going to develop. So it just comes with time. And so there are some occasions when you can, or when you might gonna need to adjust your stop loss or maybe take partials. And that's why the risk to reward ratio is, well, let's just say it's never gonna be perfect, okay? It's never going to be like, okay, it's picture perfect 1 to 2 risk to reward ratio, or 1 to 3, or whatever. Maybe not even 1 to 1. All right. So, all right, we're gonna move forward. And as I said, stick around. You always need to stick around because there's always some awesome giveaways happening. That just goes. That just happens. All right. So the topic which we're going to talk about is presented. The idea has been found by Zacromancer. I think it's just super important to talk. And the title goes like this. It's exactly how Zacromancer texted it, like, how lifestyle changes can improve your mindset and resilience when dealing with trading losses, right? So how lifestyle change can improve your mindset and resilience when dealing with trading losses. So let's just talk about this, how lifestyle changes can help you. I know Ash was talking about this as well. Look at that. We're moving into that zone. There you go. We need to trademark it. And and also, let's just dive into this. So losses are part of the game. We all know that, right? That's just a part of the game. How you handle them determines whether you survive or grow, especially in a high accountability environment like MyFundedFutures, right? Of course. So here's the thing. You can't separate who you are outside the market, because we all have our personal lives. We all have our personal things to deal with. Everybody has things to deal with outside trading. So you can't separate who you are outside the market from who you are in front of the charts. If your life is chaotic or emotional or unhealthy, your trading will reflect that. Okay? But the reverse is also true. That's the good news. When your life is structured, grounded, you'll bounce back from losses faster and make better decisions. So the goal is to make better decisions in trading. And that's why we need to talk about the lifestyle, okay? And how it's going to affect your day trading techniques. Sorry. So number one that we need to talk about here, why losses hurt more than they should when we have a bad lifestyle, okay? So as I said, trading losses are normal. They are basically the cost of the business. We talked about this, I think, on Monday or Tuesday, the cost of business. Like if you're having a certain amount of loss throughout the day, that's also the cost of your business. But you have to understand that. But many traders feel like losses could be personal. I mean, we traders, everybody's human. Yes, we know. We're not AI yet. We're not robots yet. Our consciousness is not being teleported into some robot. Maybe in a few decades, maybe. But for now, we are all humans. And we take the losses personally. It feels like personal. It feels like devastating. It feels like discouraging, and it's just not good. And your identity is going to fail. Like you're going to tell yourself, I'm a bad trader, because maybe it's not because of the market. Maybe it's not because of your entry model, but outside the market, those things are affecting you. So losses trigger fear, shame, anxiety, and these feelings are basically amplified when we are, for example, sleep deprived, right? So sleep deprived, unhealthy. We talked about this, right? Stressed in other areas of life. So you might be having some other stress factor in your life. It could be with your spouse, with your kids, with your parents, with your other job that you might still need to have if you're just starting out with trading. So you definitely have to go to the gym, Tran. Come on, man. We're okay. I need you. Okay, tomorrow I'm going to be asking you how you did in the gym. All right. It's a must. So all these things, like living unhealthy, stress in other areas of life, sleep deprived, okay? That's also a thing. And one more thing, which is basically very much underestimated, like lacking emotional support or structure. Now, I know trading is a lonely business, and trading might be the most lonely thing that you can ever do in life. Next to fishing. I think fishing is also lonely. Like I was fishing when I was a kid. I liked fishing until I was like 14 years old, maybe, or 12 years old. I went down to the lake. I think it was super boring. Somehow I liked it. I don't know why I liked it, but anyways, you see, Tran, you need to. So I like fishing, but I nowadays respect to everybody. Huge respect who likes fishing. Awesome. You have all my respect. I don't like fishing. No. I take it back. I like fishing when there is beer, and I just sit down and I drink my beer. And you guys, so if we would go together to fishing, you guys can fish. I'm just gonna drink the beer. That's it. So that's what I like in that. But anyway, emotional support from the ones who are surrounding you. I know everybody has different areas in life, and some people might not have the family around, some people might not have the friends around, but there's got to be some sort of a social contact in everybody's life. I'm not saying you have to go out and party all night and having like 100 people in your house every night and partying to have a social contact, but I'm just saying, like, there, you know, we as humans, we need some sort of a, you know, emotional support throughout friends, family, you know, whatever. These are the things, I mean, that can also trigger this kind of anxiety. Now, basically, the lifestyle is the foundation of the mindset strength, right? So you can't control every loss, but you can control how strong you are when it happens. And that's the beauty of this. So we cannot control the market, but we can control ourselves. And this is what needs to be fixed. This is what needs to be fixed, okay? Ourselves. We got to work on our, just like Ash was saying, we need to focus on ourselves. So let's just go into this. There are some indicators, by the way, in life that you're not, you know, not really tracking, and you need to track those indicators in life too. Then this is like, these are the indicator. I call these indicators because this is going to relate on your trading. As I said, the lack of sleep also like impairs decision making and emotional regulation, right? Sleep deprived traders are actually more impulsive, and that's a true thing. More reactive to losses. I mean, I'm not saying that try it out. I'm not saying don't sleep for a week or something, but definitely you get more impulsive, more reactive to losses. And more than likely, I mean, there was actually a study about this, then more likely overtrade or revenge trade. Really, there was a study about this. So kind of interesting. But the thing is, the solution is you don't need more screen time. You need more REM sleep. You know, that REM sleep, REM sleep. You need more. That's one of the things. The next thing is basically, you know, those stress outlets that can keep you calm at the charts. There are a lot of things you can do, like regular exercise, go to the gym, whatever. Builds emotional tolerance, you know, to setbacks. That's definitely something you need to do. Or like, for example, I don't know, like you can go to walk or running, bicycle, whatever it is. Nutrition's definitely helping you to focus. Like a poor diet leads to like a brain fog, energy crash, and mood swings. So I know it's might sound a little bit like boring or not that interesting, but all these things are reflecting your decision-making process very, very much. Alcohol is not really, I mean, yeah, absolutely, Lucas. But I drove a GT3 on Mugello today. It was great. I know. It's more exciting, I know. A GT3, man, I would love to drive a GT3, I know. But yeah. And by the way, I love junk food. I love it. But that's also not a good thing to have. So I love junk food. I must admit that. That's going to be my arch enemy for the rest of my life. But I just love junk food. But not just that, but also like too much coffee or energy drinks increase the emotional instability. I know people who are drinking like lots of coffee and energy drink. I think it might not be the wisest choice when you are in the middle of the market open and you're just trying to make a proper decision. You might gonna feel yourself like the urge to pull the trigger and just do that. Start blushing. Oh, I wasn't reading the chat. I wasn't reading the chat. Oh, Barbie's here. Hello, Barbie. I'm not gonna break broke. Barbie is here. Hello, Barbie. So I just wanted to say, if your breakfast is a Red Bull and no sleep, don't expect to make calm decisions and or decision making. Decision making throughout the session. basically. That's what I'm trying to say. All right. So don't drink a Red Bull instead of breakfast, okay? Healthy eating, exercise, go to the gym, all these things. Definitely interesting and a must, okay? And of course, one of the most important thing is that remove chaos and build control. Now, what I mean by that, like, I'm talking about the predictable routine. Like, a predictable routine anchors your mind. It's making you less reactive. There's so many things, so many things that can build up your routine. It actually helps create separation between trader mode and like real life. So it really makes it easier. Like, there are some rituals that you can do before you start to trade, or to decompress mentally and reset after a losing day. That can actually help a lot. Like, example, like, you wake up, you can do some journaling as well. You can do some meditation, reading, exercise, whatever. If you build up that daily routine, that is actually going to help you a lot to remove that chaos. Okay? It doesn't have to be like the same every single minute of every day. But, cycling through your days somewhat around the same routines. Like, for example, that's why I said going to the gym or take a walk or hey there. Hey, Solotso, good to see you. So all these things can help you a lot. The more structure you build outside the charts, the less chaos is you'll feel inside when you're trading. Okay? And that's important. Look at this. Wow. Are we going to really go to that level? I'm kind of curious. Yeah, I know you guys love this, but I wanted to talk about this. And also, we talked about the journaling, reflecting, emotional awareness. I also might sound as a broken record, but as I told you guys, we are going to need to talk about this every now and then from this different aspects, right? So journaling, as I said, is going to help you to learn more about your losses, like detach emotions from the outcome, learn from your mistakes later, also process the event instead of like stewing on it. Okay? That's important. A journal is where a loss becomes basically a wisdom, not a trauma. Okay? And that's why we're doing it. But you guys heard me saying that before. Okay? So emotional resilience is a lifestyle skill, not a trading skill. But once you master it, it's going to highly reflect on your trading decisions. And that's why it's important. Like, the more emotionally grounded you are outside trading, the faster you recover inside it. I mean, inside trading. And being grounded outside of trading requires really, oh, look at that. We just reached that level, finally. I do feel a bit of a FOMO, by the way. I do feel some FOMO here. So, also, this means that, when your identity isn't tied up 100% to your results, I would say you don't spiral after. You're not going to fall off or go to the downward spiral after a red day. Lifestyle resilience equals better risk decisions, better boundaries, and fewer violations. That's what I think. All right. So, obviously, staying funded definitely requires especially the ability to bounce back from a mistake. So that's why the more losses you can take, or the more red days you can take, is going to make you stronger. Staying on a funded account and keeping that funded account definitely needs needs that skill, that ability. If you're grounded outside of trading emotionally, then it's going to be much easier even after a bad day or multiple bad days. So your trading edge begins with your lifestyle. You can't always control the market, but you can control the sleep, the diet, exercise, daily structure, emotional self-awareness, right? Build a life that supports your trading. That's the goal, basically. Not one that sabotages it. Sabotage, you get it. Not the one that sabotages it. And by the way, I wanted to ask you guys this because I'm always curious how you guys are doing it. Like, what's the one thing? I'm just curious. What's the one thing outside trading that throws off your mindset? I'm just curious if you guys can give me some examples. Like, everybody's having some issues. You can be honest. It can be family. It can be work. It can be financials. Whatever. It can be your school study. Whatever. People, maybe. Family stress, yes. Being poor, your job, weekends, fear. Okay. Hey, Naomi, good to see you. Broke. No money, always family. Yeah. Like, this is why. Thank you for sharing this, by the way. Thanks for all the info. I'm sorry if it's a bit of a personal question here, but I really wanted to know. Pets. The pets. A bad day. Pets. Okay. Gold Coast saying pets. No income. Yeah, so that's why it was like we talked about this earlier a couple of weeks ago, I think, how important it is. S&P 5, I'm going to check it just a second. How important it is to have some sort of another income stream next to trading. Oh yeah, S&P it's going down nicely. The 1 hour is not having any kind of retracement higher, not even the 15-minute or the 5-minute. It's seemingly going lower. I think it will continue to go lower, but I'm definitely, even if I would be trading this, I'm not jumping into a short. It's too low to go short and too low to go long. So it's a red flag. And you see, these are the small things, knowing when not to trade, that's going to help you to be more successful, right? Hi, King. Trading Star is here. Hello. Shout out to Trading Star. What's up? Peace and quiet. Exactly. That's a must. That's 100%. So, pigeon. All right. Is this a recession indicator? No. I don't see that. So yeah, the thing is that the emotional support that we get outside of trading is definitely something that is a must for everybody. I know, as I said, not everybody is having the family around. Not everybody is having Robbie. Hey, good to see you. Not everybody is having all that many friends around, but being completely alone is definitely not helping you. Just like not having another income streaming trading is not going to help you. I mean, it's not. I'm not saying it's not going to help you. I'm just going to say it's going to make it much harder to stay focused on trading because you're pretty much relying on that trade on that funded account. Okay, greed. Yeah, I understand. Hey, Fox Dune, good to see you. So yeah. That is definitely something. Yeah. These are all a must. So commit to, like, I would say if you want to give yourself a challenge, like commit to one lifestyle upgrade this week. You know what? Why don't we do this? Like, now I know reason for increase is lack of sleep. By the way, Emmett, that was it's still one of my issues. I sleep like only maybe a few hours a day. Like, I need to sleep much more. I don't know why I just couldn't sleep. When I tried to go to sleep around like 10 p.m. or 11. I just can't. It's just I'm just staring at the wall. So usually I always go to sleep after like midnight in my time, maybe 1 a.m. and I get up around 6 a.m. in the morning, 6:30 maximum. That's not enough. I need to extend it to like minimum 7 hours, I think, or even more. So for me, it's the lack of sleep and resting up. Even at the weekends, I try to sleep more. I just can't. I can't. But anyway, these small details, okay? The amount of sleep, again, let me just summarize it. Diet, not particularly, I'm not saying everybody should go to a diet right now, but what you eat, exercise, the daily structure is basically your daily routine, is what I wanted to say. I played Street Fighter when I was a kid. I did that. How many hours? I would say now currently I'm sleeping like 5 or 6 hours maximum. That's the maximum. I should be sleeping like 7 or 8. I think that would make a great difference. Yeah, I want to go to a spa. Yeah, I want to. Yeah, I will. My favorite Street Fighter character was Johnny Cage. You wouldn't guess it, right? Anyway, so the daily structure is your daily routine. So by the way, as I said, to upgrade, let's do an upgrade for next week. The myth, the man. No, I'm not. I'm just. Hey, Jonathan, welcome. So let's do an upgrade, a 7-day upgrade. Let's try something. Which is easier to do? More sleep? Try this. More sleep or like 10-minute walks after trading. That can actually help a lot. Journaling. You can choose. So more sleep, 10 minutes of walk after trading. It's just 10 minutes. Or journal. I know you guys won't do the homework. You guys are lazy. No, you guys are not lazy. This is the challenge for the next 7 days. Karen. We need to upgrade this and see the difference. Anyway, just a small homework for you guys. One of these things, it's so easy to do. Track how it's going to impact your trading decisions. I think it's going to be a difference. I would say I would start, let's just say I'm already doing the journaling. So go with the walk or the journaling if you're not doing it, Yeah. I don't want to run for president, but maybe I will think about it. Journal every day. By the way, yeah, exactly. Frameworks, the price action. I would say as I said, there's so many ways to journal down everything. It doesn't necessarily it's not necessarily have to be an exact trade or every single trade that you take. For example, today I only took like 2 or 3 trades. I could journal it down, but it doesn't necessarily have to be about the specific trade. What if the birds attack on your walks? I know. You got to be prepared for that. I think there's a way you can protect yourself. Do you think you may move to Spain? Maybe. I heard that a lot of Spanish people are great, so maybe I'll do that. So I just want to say, is there a code happening? I don't know. There will be. So yeah, journaling. It doesn't necessarily have to be all the entries that you take. You don't have to journal down the TP and the stop loss, the exact number. It's not about that. It's about questioning yourself. It's about asking yourself, even if not at the end of the day, but at least a few times a week. And I'm not saying it's a must, because I know many experienced and consecutive traders who are making payouts are not always journaling. I know that's a fact. But if you're not journaling, then at least ask yourself those questions. Like, the basic one, was your analysis correct? Were you following your risk management? Did you sleep enough? And all these questions. We had so many during the past couple of weeks that you can just write down and ask yourself. Yeah, be grateful. I know Benji didn't say it for that, but also, by the way, being grateful every day helps with your routine. So, yeah, exactly. If you have questions about this, let me know. I think it's important. It's definitely important. Yeah, exactly. And of course, because of this, you also need to ask yourself, like, were you following your edge? Were you following your game plan, the context? Did you understand how the market is moving? Like, we all understand that the edge needs to be a repeatable process, right? That gives you a positive expectancy over a series of trades. That's the base understanding, right? It's not just a setup. So your edge is actually working, hand in hand with your daily routine. You being grounded outside of trading. And that's why the mental health and your trading edge is equally super important. Your trading edge might not going to work even if you follow those steps, you follow those check marks every day. When you see your unicorn setup, you see your whatever it is that you're trading, you see it happening on the chart. If mentally your mental health is not at the same stage or on that level that your mind is clear and clean, it's not going to happen as good as it should be, because those bad decisions are going to follow. So it's not just a setup. It's going to include the context, obviously, the risk management, and the execution consistency. So when the edge is presenting itself on the charts, hey, Fish Lips, good to see you. When the edge is presenting itself on the chart, your job is to execute the trade. As I was reading Mark Douglas back in the years, and actually I read the same book like 3 times, and I was also watching his workshops on YouTube. I think, by the way, if you guys you would search on YouTube for Mark Douglas workshops. He passed away, unfortunately, I think in 2015, but he has workshops from the 90s and from the early 2000s uploaded and digitalized from VHS on YouTube. I strongly advise you guys to search for it on YouTube, Mark Douglas workshop. You will find a few like 50-minute videos out there, or 1 hour, multiple hours of videos. And it's basically almost like reading his book. And I always remember that he was saying, not just in the workshops, but in the book, like, it's very hard to, like, back in his days, in a brokerage firm, there were the traders and there were the analysts. So those who were analyzing the markets, doing the charts and everything, and there were the traders. At least that's how I understood, because that's what he was saying in the video as well. And it was very rare. Oh my God.
What's the truth? What's the deed?
Come on, everyone.
MyFunded TV giveaway.
Let's go.
Promises shining like a
Here's the code. Do it, everybody.
win or lose.
Quickly.
It's all I
Run.
think.
Run.
MyFunded
Do it. Do it, everyone, now. While it's not too late. Do it. This was... I got exhausted by this. Too much emotion. This song filled with emotions. Congratulations for the winners. Oh my God. I hope you guys got it. W's in the chat for those of you who got it. Let's go. Congratulations for the winners. Congratulations. So, oh my God, where was I? Oh yeah, about the edge. So yeah, Mark Douglas. I was talking about Mark Douglas. So he said in the workshops as well, like having And by the way, push the like, subscribe to My Funded TV. That's a must. All right. So he was saying that having someone with the same skills, like being a good analyst and a good trader, is the hard part. It has been proved, not by me, but he was saying, and I do believe that he is a very reliable coach in this, that there has been studies and proves that it's easier and sometimes it's better than if someone is very good in forecasting the chart, even like for intraday or for the upcoming week or so. So there are those people who are good for analysts, and the other people who were actually told which levels to take to trade, what exact setup. If they see it, they just have to enter and execute. Now, doing the same things at once, analyzing it, and doing your pre-market markups, and that's why I'm saying it has to take a few minutes, but you must put this into your daily routine when you sit down, and before you start to trade. It might gonna take a few minutes, which is okay, but you have to do it. And that's when the edge is something like that you have to execute your trade setup in a certain level of consistency. And I know there's always, life comes around and comes into the place. Like you say that, okay, I'm going to trade from 9:30 until 11 a.m. or until lunch hour. And that's your trading window, And that's why, because you did the back testing. Hey, AD, what's up? So you did your back testing and you know that, okay, if I use this window to take those trades, I'm going to have this and this amount of winners and this amount of losses. And that's why collecting the data is so important. So once you do that, and you have enough numbers, then basically, if everything is lining up and you understand the context, you know what kind of day it is. We talked about the big picture things, like is it an FOMC day? Is it an NFP day? So all the puzzles are coming to place. We talked about the emotional edge. If everything lines up good and the check marks are ready, you should not be thinking too much. And obviously, you have to keep it simple. You need to execute that trade. If you're not executing your edge on a consistent basis, even when it shows the A++ setup, and the context is telling you that it's a good day to go because it's not an NFP Friday or everything is, we have enough price action, the market is moving as it should. Hey, Austin, good to see you. And Leo is here. Welcome. Full Tilt Futures. Hello. I love the name there. So, Theo, good to see you. Is this a rocket scooter frame? I think it is. So that's when you need to know that there's no questions. You just need to execute the trade. If you leave those trades out, you might gonna say, oh my God, I missed the entry, which is fine because you should know that those setups are gonna present themselves over and over. But still, an edge requires a somewhat consistent execution as well. Okay, a trade setup isn't an edge unless it's backed by data and practiced with discipline. Sorry. So it has to be backed up by data, and that's why everyone is underestimating how important it is to do the back testing and collect that data. And it needs to be, something that is repeatable. Like repetition is going to build the pattern recognition, is going to build emotional control. You're not going to guess. That's why if you have an edge, if your system, and it must be a repeatable system, what is going to help you is going to give you a lot of emotional control. Just because I just said, so if you miss out a trade, you will know instantly, and you're not going to feel the FOMO that, okay, no problem. I missed this trade out. It is what it is. But tomorrow, is going to happen again. Or worst case scenario, hey Pat, jó napot. I said Hungarian, yeah. It's a good day. So when you know it's repeating, when it's repeatable, and if you remind yourself that it's going to happen again tomorrow or in the next session, that is that key sentence that should be reminding you that, hey, don't worry, we missed out this one. I am not forced to take a trade now. If the market already went down into this 5-minute zone down here, and if you just recognize that, oh my God, it already took the zone, I'm just going to enter a short, maybe it's going to go down. No, don't do it. Maybe it's going to take the Asia low, or maybe it's going to take the 454, which is the low of that 5-minute demand zone. But because the majority of the move already happened, you should just remind yourself, no problem. The next setup is just going to happen maybe tomorrow or in a short time. Okay. So that's also very important, right? Pattern recognition, emotional control, and of course the data. But we all know that that comes from backtesting. By the way, having the data, and I haven't said this before. Actually, maybe I have. Having the data from backtesting is going to help you with the emotional control. I am very hungry. I'm a hungry Hungarian. I know. So, yeah. So having the data is also something that is helping you with the emotional control. And also trust in the process. You have to trust in the process. Ash was saying, and I love that, as yesterday we talked about it, and in his segment he was saying it was a trial by fire. Somewhat the same situation happened with me when I started to make more profits and consistent payouts from prop firms. I would say follow one simple strategy first, and you don't do strategy hopping. Okay. I forgot to say this yesterday to Ash, but stop strategy hopping. Make sure that you have one simple strategy. Follow that. If you fail, it's not because of the strategy. That's a secret, by the way. If you fail, if there's a proven strategy, and if you fail with that strategy, it's not necessarily because of that strategy. It's most likely because of the lack of emotional control. Okay, so that's why the pattern recognition, the emotional control, the collecting the data, the proper edge, is going to help you to trust in the process. So once I started to trust my own process last year, and it was summertime, I was like, okay, I'm not gonna care about anything else anymore. And I was just consuming all kind of content, like all different kind of. Still, I was following ICT2, and I was consuming every kind of content. I was like, okay, that's it. I was like, no, I'm gonna stop right here, and I'm just gonna simplify it. And from that moment, everything started to make sense. The puzzle pieces, everything, were starting to be okay. And the process, actually, I started to trust my process, and that's why I know if I miss a trade, I am perfectly fine with it. It's much easier nowadays for me to battle with the FOMO. Yeah, it's bad. I hate that. I know, but it's easier to go with the FOMO nowadays for me than, for example, a year ago. Much, much easier. Okay, randomness is just going to lead you to inconsistent results, like to a no feedback loop, if I can say that. Frustration, emotional trading, blaming the market, of course, instead of owning your process, and all that such. Time flies again. Okay, Abhishek is trying to tell me, like, get out of here. I know. Everybody's waiting for Matt, so I know he's around here somewhere. I know, and I know that. And by the way, stick around because lots of value is coming up in his segment. And by the way, thanks again for listening to my segment. Oh my gosh, I have like less than 1 minute, but I must say I enjoyed it. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the positive vibes. This chat is awesome. And of course, congratulations to the winners, as always. because there's so many free stuff here at MyFunded TV. I'm not going to leave you guys. I'll always be here in spirit. You know, my soul is attached to MyFunded TV. So I'm going to be the ghost in the machine. I'm always going to be here. This is what you have to do. Yes.
Man, W's in chat room, guys.
Hey, man.
Can you hear me this time? No longer muted, right?
You're not muted.
I fixed everything.
Shout out Rocket Scooter, everybody. Yes.
Chat, guys. How's it going? How's it going?
We love this song.
It's like this song puts me in like in a dream state. I feel like I'm at like a really, really, really good.
You know, I
EDM
love
show.
this. I am actually going to ask for this song from Magnus. I'm going to put it in my car and drive around the city. That's what I'm going to do, actually.
I would listen to that song all day long. Even has no lyrics at all about anything. The beat is just so good.
Oh, yeah, it's absolutely. How are you today?
Pretty good. Pretty good. How are things going with you, man?
Good. Again, small green, but it's green, and just kind of watching how the market is drifting downwards. I'm not sure what to expect. I mean, by this time of the day, I have no ideas what to look for. I was looking for this zone around 463, but otherwise, I have no plan, no other level that I'm looking for. How about you?
Yep. This is kind of like Thursday all over again. We woke up with really strong, solid bull market signals, and the market just kind of sold off against a bunch of them. Whoever was liquidating last week is still not done doing it, but we still have a little calmness in the market on the volatility side. So I have faith. I actually just loaded up a position to buy the dip actually right here just to kind of retrace some of this. And I'm kind of hoping market stays steady. I still have those puts I bought, which I'm very much convinced are going to expire worthless, which is a good sign because I can make money long in the market. So I'm hedged if it crashes. I'm long if it doesn't. So,
wow, that's a good plan. I like it.
Yeah. Did you make some good trades today? Did you make any money today?
Yeah, most likely. I mean, just a few $100s, but I was actually trading very small size nowadays. I'm a little bit like, I'm not saying scared, but I'm not really feeling comfortable at these highs in overall. And I was always trading small and kind of like scalping, which I don't really like scalping, but trying to keep it small size. That's what I tried to do. I don't know. And by the way, what do you think about the month of August? Like, is a seasonal tendency? Like, what is the market? Are the markets flat usually, or can we expect some volatility in every year in August, or what is happening? What do you think?
I usually give passionate speeches on the other side. I'm one of the rare people out there, and everyone here can disagree with me. I'm totally fine with it. I'm one of the few people that doesn't believe seasonality is a thing. I think that on occasion you may see like a Christmas rally or a fall resistance or something on occasion. And sometimes it'll happen a couple of times in a row and people will assign a trend to it. Every year, the market is just so dynamically random. I have a hard time really subscribing that the certain time of the year, time of the month, maybe if it's agricultural, like the seasons affect your crops and things like that. But as far as like the stock market, I think that just over time we've sensed a pattern, but I think year to year, you just have to take it for like at face value, what's in front of your face. So I'm like one of the few people that has never believed seasonality is an actual viable strategy. So I don't adjust for it in any of my trades.
Yeah, that's why I was asking, because people keep talking about the seasonal tendencies. And I was like, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if it's a thing really, or I don't know. But
in a day trading sense, it's not a thing. You're never going to think seasonality in day trading. And day trade is a day at a time. You know, you're not going to really care too much about it. In a swing trading sense, would you lighten up or hedge a little bit because of seasonality? Arguably, some people would. But like every year when they say Christmas rally's coming up, right? And I'm all like, oh, maybe I should buy it. Every time I get it wrong. So that's how I know it's not a thing. It doesn't seem to be a pattern for me. So
Yeah.
I don't really account for it in my day trading at all. So
Yeah, I 100% agree. Like
amazing.
we as day traders, I mean, yeah, we can look at it, but really we are just looking for the small trading window that we're trading.
Yeah.
And that's all that matters. But anyway. All right.
Yeah.
Chat, let me say thank you again. It was an awesome session. I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you for the positive vibes. And Matt, I wish you a great segment, a great session, and a good rest of the day for you. All right.
Oh, thank you, brother. Appreciate it, man.
Yes,
Have a good
everybody.
day.
Have a good one.
We're good. I know. Like, what do you guys think? We have a poll. You must vote on the rocket or the scooter. We have 75% rockets and 25% scooters. So this kind of reminds me of a cool story about the name Rocket Scooter. Like, it's a pretty fun story where it came from. When I was naming the company, I was kind of like, we came up with hedge pressure as, it's a gamma exposure model, and I was coming up with all these, me and the guys were sitting back, like, let's come up with the name. And we were like literally sending each other a bunch of these goofiest, cringiest sounding trading names on the planet. It was like Hedge Metrics and like Hedgeify and like it was just the goofiest sounding, over the top trading sounding stuff. It just sounded so lame. I'm glad I didn't pick anything like that. But I literally was just like, when you're brainstorming, everything on the list was just so cringy. And, I put it in name generators, whatever. And so when we came down to like, let's actually name the platform, name the company, Rocket Scooter actually came from a impassioned speech that I gave, because whenever I was originally designing our first app, we have options data providers that have been, and by the way, let me discuss my trade really quick. Blue hedge pressure right here is one of my strong pivots. This is SPY and this is dynamic overnight hedge. This is a really strong A setup. A plus would be the orange. I have been kind of sort of battling here. I now just engaged in a long position just here to bet that we go to this half gap. So right now it's about 80 points on NASDAQ, roughly 20 points S&P. I'm watching S&P by proxy and trading the NASDAQ just for some speed. So let's see if I get something good out of this one. But while I'm talking about the name, the idea was our data providers and options. We were basically pulling so much data from them that they didn't normally cache, that we were starting to overload their system, and not only crash their system for us, we were actually crashing their system for everybody. We were causing delays in their system so they have like these different data packages. And we actually bought the less used one because it actually fit our specs of what we needed. We do our calculations in the morning, so we need like a water hose of data, like a fire hose, and turn it off very quickly. Grab all the data, take the screenshot of everything, and then boom, that's it. That's all we need. We're not doing like options order flow in real time on the platform. So that particular example, we just needed that very quick, big, nasty pull. The problem is people that use that don't normally use that for trading platforms. We had a clever way of doing it, and we designed into the system, as was told to us, it would work. And what actually happened was it actually couldn't handle what we were able to do. But it's like they never thought anybody would stress test this particular system to that degree, because nobody cleverly used the data like we did. We engineered ourselves into perfection. We said we can actually make this work. It's a fifth of the price, and so we can do this. And then it so happened that we were starting to bog down their system with our requests, and everybody else that was like running websites that were pulling options data from it, we also couldn't get their data because of old Rocket Scooter. So we were causing a bottleneck for the entire infrastructure of this company. And when we were meeting with them, trying to convince them that, it was their fault and not ours, we designed in the spec, they were like, no, it's you guys' fault. And they're like, well, no, it's not. We can prove that it wasn't. And this debate with them lasted for a year. And then finally, we got all the way up to the top brass of the company to sit down with us, and we convinced them that they were wrong. We were right. They were in breach of their contract. And so they were like, you guys are right. We told you we can do this, and now you guys prove to us we can't. Our developers put together a really strong case to show that what they were doing was they were like not caching data. We were pulling options data that nobody looks at, and it looks like I'm listening to my key pivot here. And they were having to like fetch these requests of all this data that nobody's pulling because it's cold and, in the back of the storage facility, you think about it. And we're just bogging down their system for everybody. It caused a chain reaction. And so the partners and I were like, talking about it. They're like, oh, Matt, why don't you just buy the more expensive data package? And I'm like, well, that's not the point. I'm an engineer. You give me something, I'm going to make it work with the cost savings, right? I mean, you give me the spec, we can design a spec, and we did. It was their facility. They're like, well, go pay them more data. I'm like, I'm not going to go buy a spaceship when these guys are selling me a scooter and I've got a rocket engine in the garage, okay, I could just make my own spaceship. I can make the scooter fly. And that was just a speech I gave on wanting to save money. And as funny as it was when we were throwing names around, Rocket Scooter was like the last ditch effort to make everybody laugh. I'm like, why don't you just call it Rocket Scooter? And they're like, you mean that from that time you were yelling at all of us on how you want to save money by building your own spaceship? And I'm like, that's right. And we laughed and said, that's a horrible name. And then we laughed and we said, that's kind of a funny name. And then we laughed and said, oh, that's actually kind of clever, because that's kind of what we do in the stock market. Charts, technical analysis is the scooter. And we're the rocket. We're the engineers that come in and we grab the old scooter and instead we amp it up and put a space rocket on it and then take it outer space with it. We amp up everything we touch and we build it ourselves. And it made perfect sense to call the company that, like a nod to our engineering background. So that is the kind of the story. And I was being very stubborn because I'm like, I'm going to build my own spaceship. Why buy it out of the box the way that, oh God, Nasdaq's starting to die here. Take a little bit of a loss on this. Lame. All right, let me close. Boo. All right, let me wait. I got A+ setup coming up pretty soon. Looks like Nasdaq's filling its gap, but the resilience is positive, so things do look kind of good. S&P does have a really strong, long, solid pivot at monthly hedge pressure down here at the bottom, and also bulls on bottom is a really strong pivot as well. I've been wanting to be long here and here for this particular break to go up to half gap. That's what I've been waiting for. And I don't know where this crazy amount of selling pressure is coming. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wait and start to build a position here and here. And I'm actually going to trade it in the S&P as well. Wait on that. But yeah, that was the story where the name came from. Am I a UVH cougar? That's right, baby. I am a cougar. I 100% am. Do we catch the falling knife? Let's watch it. I do got puts still, which is great. Key pivot on yesterday's close. Nasdaq is filling the gap. Resilience just went negative. Now the question is, do I still want to take this trade? Let me double check my liquidity maps here. We do have hedge pressure bounce on Nasdaq right down here at the gap fill. This is a B setup on Nasdaq, the original one I want to be on. Let's take a look at this. I can try to take one scalp long, contract long, maybe just one. Try one more time at this. Wish me luck, guys. Anyways. Oh, 1 second. Let me get this. Let me work on this here. That's pretty rough. Let me look at the volatility here. Make sure the VIX is not breaking key levels. This is where we're testing to see if the market's back to being that nasty bearishness that we did have. VIX is still in a clean, nice, easy spot below our can take a midpoint level. And VVIX is kind of tracking up to like 80, 98, close to 100, but not 100 yet. This was a kind of tough little bite here, but I'm okay with it. Don't want to take like some fatter risks. Let me do 2 on this one. Is there any random news? Nothing. I think the market's just moving around due to earnings and some liquidation. Trump isn't talking or anything right now that I can see. Oh, this is getting tough. It is starting to pick up a little speed. Let me double check VIX for key breaks. Nothing there. Nothing there. VIX is in a liquidity pocket with the resistance off of the top of the bear zone. So VIX is cool. If VIX starts to break through 1550, it can cause an event. So I'm going to take a little bit more risk here. I know the market is kind of flying around, and I'll try one more time at this. Maybe 2 is too many, but maybe just 1 is enough. 1 is good. 1 is really good. All right, let's wait on this. My S&P pivots down in here. I'm only trading a handful of accounts, so all my other accounts kind of made profit. I'm good. S&P does hit liquidity pocket right here. which is a really rock solid pivot. And this is my 90% A plus. So this is the dip to buy for me right on top of this. If we lose this, the market's back to dying like it was on Thursday. So this should be where we hook up probably in about 10 more points, 5 more points in S&P. I'm marking it right here on my chart. This is the A plus setup I was looking for. And I think we do hold right there. So we should be fine, but we'll see what we got. Sell off, sell off, sell off. Yeah, it'd be nice if we did, though. I mean, remember, I bought those puts. And if the puts die out, remember, my goal was to buy dips at key strong pivots. And if it loses, my puts for the next couple of weeks, go up 10x in value. I'd like to see that. I don't think we'll get that, but in either case, it should be pretty fine for like essentially where we are. Hang in there, baby. That got pretty gross pretty quick, though. All right. But yeah, that's the rocket scooter story. And the name kind of stuck, and it kind of is cool because it implies that, we build our own stuff and we don't follow anybody's rules. We're kind of like disruptors in the space. We don't follow any trends, any patterns. We don't copy anybody else's work. We don't go off of what the status quo is. We just kind of like see what we want to see and then we just build it. Let's get a little brutal here. Hang in there, NASDAQ. Do we need a whoosh fan on the screen? Blood in the streets today. Yeah, that's pretty gnarly. We should be all right though. This is my A setup. I do like this, and I do have A plus setup like down below on NASDAQ as well. Again, if I do hold here, it should be fine, but all the indicators are kind of looking gnarly, which is totally cool. How are you guys doing today? How's your stuff going? All right, we can kind of like say goodbye to that one. All right, I'm out. Screw that. Let's wait for the S&P setup. Oh, actually, no. Let me trade something slower on S&P. Let's double check the VIX is not overshooting. S&P monthly hedge pressure, everything's lining up here. VIX is right on the edge. Let me try like one final time here, S&P 2. All right, you guys get to watch me actually do some trading. Now, this is pretty brutal. I know I am catching a downside wave here. And then let's see if everything sort of holds on. Okay, let me double check this here and here. One second. All right. Now we wait. What do you guys think? Do we get the bouncy one, or what do y'all think? Told you buy below 23,391. Okay. Okie dokie. Bum, 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 bum. Monthly hedge pressure is my favorite. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Looking solid, looking solid. All right, watching my trade. I'm focusing, guys. I'm not reading chat right now. So usually when I'm in a trade, I'm focusing. So if I don't see your questions, give me a second. Sometimes I am just in the zone and we are good. Let me get this. Where's my drawing tool here? Hold up. Where did my little drawing tool go? Here it is. You see about how far I use this to see how far we've traveled today. So back to the kind of same area on NASDAQ. I use this tool to kind of measure how far the move has been, just so I can count. 671 down to 391. So that's 80 points. Okay. 80 points of travel, huh? All right. Get that out of the way. Can't wait for the boot camp. We start up on Monday. Monday. Pretty solid bounce there. And then I got 2 to hold on just for the run in case I get it. Bum, 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 bum. First, the full retrace off of this move for the $1,000. I try to take my trades in like $1,000 stabs here and there. So that's pretty good. Let me take profit on that. Let me grab another DOM. I'm going to trade on another one. So I'm managing 5 from DOMs here. All right, let me get this one. Let's work on this one out. So I flattened that position, and now I'm going to trade a different account right on the bounce. So let me look at this one. So I liquidated that. I took that first loss at the start, liquidated that, got back out of it. MHP, such a really solid bounce. I do like it. I don't hate it. And now I'm going to wait. On the S&P, if we get to here, back to that starting point, those A pluses, I'll jump in. Dude, MHP is so freaking good. Let's nail. Let's go. Let's go. Let's nail it. Let's go. Oh my gosh. All right. So let's see what we have. Resiliences are still negative. So the magnet's not really that good today. We're only playing until there. Trading from here to there is basically it. What I'm looking for. And then, of course, MHP is such a strong pivot. That's all A plus right there. 90%, baby. Look at that sharp bounce. This account, oh, how's the P&L today? Well, 2 of my accounts are down. And 2 of my accounts are up over here. And 3 of them I haven't touched. So roughly speaking, the ones that I am battling on the screen here, let me get you guys a little screenshot of this. This is where we were this morning. kind of fighting this up. Ooh, wait, hold on. Let me pay attention to this really quick. Market is moving. I'm gonna have to get back in if we do jump above this hedge pressure here. So I'm looking for a 63 sort of level as a second entry. And yeah, we're kind of slightly better than that. Hold on. The 5 accounts that I'm trading here, let me get this really quick. The 5 accounts I'm trading, like the ones that were red, the ones that were more red are now less red. The one on the screen that I was just trading, I brought these 2 back to even. So now I'm thinking about getting back in on the trade there. So I've been fighting these 2 accounts. These 2 guys are just sitting there. Let me get this over here. Let me get up. Let me do this really quick. And then some of my other accounts, let me grab these really quick. So the other, actually, let me just get the screenshot of all of it real quick. Let me line this up. I had to reinstall all my programs on my computer when I put some RAM on my machine last night. And whenever I did, there's something weird going on with my motherboard that I actually had to like reinstall just about everything except for Windows. And I had to kind of start over from scratch, which is what gave me like the flexibility to actually come in and fix my mic so I'm not muted when I come here anymore. Here we go. That's all. I had to reopen this and get this going. So these 2 guys took a loss today, and that sucks. 3 of them I haven't touched. 2 of them made money. And currently right now in the accounts that I have going on, this is the one I just was battling on screen and closed out, and these 4 are positive. So I think I'm green for the day, greenish, but it has been kind of a fight, right? I rotate my accounts. I'm going to try to get some of these back to being green today. So that's basically it, what I got going on today. But yeah, well, I installed some new RAM. So essentially, like I had 32 gigs of RAM. Now I have 96 gigs of RAM on my computer right now. And for some reason, this particular motherboard that I have is very sensitive on its PCIe lanes. Like there's, if you have the NVMe hard drives, your little, they connect in those same lanes. And for whatever reason, this one particular slot for it is completely destabilizes the motherboard, and I have a hard drive sitting there. My actual Windows drive is there. And because it's a work computer, I have no time to like have downtime to go out there and reconfigure it. I probably should one weekend, but everything's so finicky. So when I installed the new RAM chips and I overclocked them and I turned everything on, literally Windows blue screen to death like 15 times. It was crazy. With new RAM. And when I finally got it to post and then finally got Windows to boot, everything on my screen, everything on my computer was like uninstalled. Firefox wouldn't load, nothing would load. Every Discord wouldn't load. It was like, can't find the program. So Windows had a massive mega failure just by putting in new RAM chips. So I had to reinstall everything. I took the overclock profile off, and now I'm running stock settings in RAM. I feel like such a newbie, but there we go. Your motherboard has the same quirks. Yeah, like I just need to take the hard drive out of that slot. It's really weird how this, and it's an Asus board. It's like top of the line, but it's a common thing that the hard drives do that. So these are the M2 drives. So they've been causing some kind of like weirdness, and I had to install it. So basically, like this morning on my stream, my camera was like shaky and glitchy. It wasn't getting the full frame rate. Now I got that fixed. In between my stream and this one, I got a chance to like configure my camera, and I got it to work, guys. Did you guys notice it's no longer slideshow Matt? You know what I did? I went and unplugged the camera capture card from the USB port and plugged it into a different port, and that reconfigured the camera to work right. So it actually worked. I should update my BIOS. That could possibly solve the problem. But it's like I have so many hard drives in this computer, And the problem is I mistakenly installed Windows on the drive that kind of makes the board finicky. So basically any kind of overclocking makes it very unstable. So, but I mean, I'm cool because I mean, this is like no longer a gaming machine. I have another gaming machine. So I don't really care to have it overclocked, but it is nice to have. I was getting 100% RAM utilization and now I'm getting like 50% fully loaded, which is nice. I've never had 96 gigs of RAM before. Do I have a Samsung solid state? Yeah, I do. My M2s are all Samsung. Yeah, like top of the line. So no more slideshow Matt. Right, Brittany said you had to do that. Should have said that. Yeah, Brittany, thanks for helping me. Gosh, no, but that's really what happened. I literally just unplugged the camera and plugged it back in, and that reconfigured it to like max, whatever was holding it back. So that was the problem. Threadripper? No, I have a 9950, the AMD. A Threadripper would be kind of overkill, I think, for me. Do I want to take this long here and get back in and take some risk? We could take S&P right at the blue hedge pressure again. Hedge pressure resilience kind of negative. I don't know. So Brittany had the same problem. Man, that's kind of sucky that I had to deal with that this morning. But I ended my stream 10 minutes early and I was like saying my prayers and like, okay, let me just try this one last thing. I'm going to unplug it and put it in a different port. And then boom, we're back to normal. So whatever was going on, it's fixed. And then now I'm not going to touch anything again. This is the most finicky computer I've ever had. And it's brand new. And I got everything brand new when my last computer died. So, and I tried to make it a light build so that I'm not frying this computer as well. I had this like overclocked supercomputer on my last rig. And so now everything's pretty nice. I have an AMD 9950, 96 gigs of RAM. It runs, the 7 monitors, all the training programs, everything. 30-year results coming out soon. Yeah. With YouTube help, anyone can do it. Yeah. It's weird. Like you did say unplug it and plug it back in. You did say this. I do remember. But now we're back. But on my show earlier, it was like, so I had a picture of me on the screen instead of the actual me for a little bit. And people made an AI version of Matt over here. And this is to celebrate today. This is slightly slower Matt. And so Matt in his overalls and his sparkly cowboy hat was actually what was on my stream for a little bit of time. So yeah, so this is the AI screenshot for the day of slightly slower Matt, but now we're back, so we should be good. Simple Matt, slightly simple Matt, yeah. Now we can see if we get anything good out of this one, right? This is monthly hedge is always a jam. Little volatility is picking up. We had the auction, right? So this is gonna completely crush the market today, maybe. Do I want to take the jam here? Let's see what we get here. Okay, just with one. Let's be Mavericks. Again, this is kind of early on the trade, but I'm going to capitalize on some of that volatility here. 30-year bond auction, creating a little turbulence. Just one, nothing big. I might get back everything I made, but that's all right. All right, rocks. These accounts are relatively flat, so we'll see. Okay, so today again, if market's going to get crazy for whatever reason it is, I'm still betting that it should be okay. But if I'm wrong, I'm great, because remember I told you guys I bought some puts just to kind of hedge off any possible market crash and market death. So puts will be great to kind of save the day. If the market does die, I'm totally fine. I can 10x those puts if they go in the money by expiration date. I got some really decent out of the money quick dated puts just to hedge this exact thing that we're experiencing right now. I knew it was coming and we should be all right, But if the market does decide to die, I'm covered. So I'll make a big payout if that happens. Other than that, I'm using that to give myself some floor underneath. That way I can long off of strong pivots. There's an A pivot and there's an A plus. And I should be fine there on the edge. This was probably got a better entry on that. All right.
It's giveaway time, the buzz is real. Spin the wheel for a major D. Oh, my funded TV, the crowd's in line. Dreams are dropping like a neon sign.
1, 25, 25 free, 50K scale accounts. 50K scale, 25. Wow. Guys. Wow. You guys. Y'all nailed it. Good job, good job, good job. All right, back to it. All right, tough, crazy afternoon. There's the hedge pressure tap, and can I get the trade here? Let's double check where everything's looking. S&P, again, liquidity pocket every single time setup. Holy S&P holds inside of here. Should be fine. That's kind of why I jumped in the NASDAQ on this little pullback that we've had, just because I'm proxy trading against that S&P support there. Like I said, it should be good. Let's be ballsy. Whatever. I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose, baby. I got everything to gain. Let's hit it. 80% of days should hook and hold above the same hedge pressure. Now let's look at the setups. Resilience is less than 0, so this is expected to be resistance today. This gives me about a, dang, that's almost a 2-to-1 trade. So 8 to 40, 80 to 40. S&P has its rigid monthly hedge pressure support here by proxy. Let me draw that with an orange line. S&P has MHP here. So S&P's got a really strong bounce off of there. NASDAQ's got A plus here. S&P's got A plus here. So let's hope that they all pivot at the same point. I doubled down. I added a second one. Let's go. 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 Put some rocks in the chat, guys. Let's give some good luck to the trade as we always draw. A really non-symmetric oscillating whoosh desk fan, which is the tradition here when we want the market to fly. And we write the word whoosh on the screen, of course. Again, A plus setup on S&P, A plus setup on NASDAQ, all down in here. I'm going to hit it aggressive right now, just in case we run up. Again, 2-to-1 setup is the particular setup. Of course, no whoosh fan is complete without the word whoosh on the screen. You know what I noticed with all the extra RAM in my computer? My pencil tool actually works really nice now. I'm not bogging down my machine anymore. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. No more selling, no more selling. No whammy, go. Let's look right here. So VIX itself is in a bearish liquidity map from the bear zone top, which is really good, which can stifle any growing volatility, which can keep the market from advancing quickly. I don't want to see more volatility hit the market. I want to see the market, at least for now, support these key areas. Like I said, S&P is right here at the same spot. And of course, this market dies out and breaks our hearts today. It does, then that's okay. I'm totally fine. I would love to see my puts take off. That's big money trades. 2 is a really heavy NASDAQ bet, though. This is probably bigger than I should be betting. But it should be okay. There's plenty of fat, I guess, on this account to play with. You're trying to lose to even out your 50% consistency and just keep winning. So trade a contract that's 1 month ahead. Like go to the next month, go to the next quarter's contract alpha, and the bid-ask spread is usually really big. If you open and close a position, you can lose $1,000 at a time. But do the calculation for you. Not investment advice, but there's a trick for you. If you made too much money. I know all the tricks. Yep, next month's contract. Go to the Z contract. If it's not against the rules, yeah. Again, check the rules of the prop firm. Up to you. See, the Z contract has a big bid-ask spread. Find one that has a big bid-ask spread and just open and close, and you can lose it in $1,000 chunks. Now, don't violate the rules of your prop firm, of course, but if it's allowed. Sorry. You double check all that stuff. Come on, hang in there, market. I don't have to try. There is no try, only do. There is no try, only do. Oh, you want to see the resilience? Hey, it's at the top of the screen right here, at the top. The same numbers are up here, by the way. The white, orange, all up in here. Oh, we didn't put the blue up here. Oh, but they're up here anyways. No follow you must. Or you can just follow Tyler's trades. If you guys are trying to lose on purpose, just watch his stream and copy what he does. Just kidding. Just kidding. That's what he said. That was his own joke. Ever felt FOMO in trading? I think early on, I really had a lot of feelings in trading. These days, I don't really feel anything. I'm very numb. I don't feel happy when I win. I don't feel, apart from like acting happy, like celebrating on stream just for show. It's more of an act. I don't feel happy when I win. I don't feel sad when I lose. I don't feel like I'm missing out when I'm missing out. I don't. I think over time, your goal is to remove emotions from the game as much as possible. I'm never scared of the market. That sounds depressed, is he? That is so funny. 54% says yes. 46% believe I'm just weird. That's hilarious. So ever met a market people? Are they market maker? Were they real people? Yeah, I have friends that are market makers right now, actually. There's no mysticism behind the job. And they also think it's weird what people think market makers do. They laugh at all the superstitions, like that there's some kind of grand scheme going on where market makers are stealing people's money and sweeping your stops and all that. And they're like, that's not what we do. We algorithms supply liquidity to the market. When the flow is this way, we buy, and when its flow is this way, sell. We move money around, and no, we don't stop sweep people. Like the myths that retail traders come up with to describe what algorithms that just provide liquidity do is actually kind of funny. Yeah, marketers are real people, though. And long before they were algorithms run by real people, they were just stock specialists on the floor. Guy in a blue jacket on the stock exchange. I need a Snickers. Matt sounds depressed. Is he 57%? Yeah, 42. Well, why am I depressed? Because IDOC's out of town. I'm so sad. I'm only happy when she makes me my green juice. Oh, speaking of, I need my green juice. I'll be right back because I haven't had it yet. We call this on my stream my Hercules juice, and I forgot to drink it this morning. Al Gore Rhythms sounds like a killer climate doom band. I would totally go to the concert of the Al Gore Rhythms. Oh, speaking of cool concerts, have you guys seen has anybody ever seen Jeff Goldblum and his jazz band? I've seen them before. The Mildred something orchestra, whatever. It's actually a pretty cool experience if you like jazz or you like Jeff Goldblum or you like neither of them. It's still kind of a funny and fun event. I'm going to go to that when it's coming back around again. Hurricane juice. Hey, this is non-alcoholic, purely squeezed vegetable and fruit juice, courtesy of iDoc. It's yellow juice with all the blue chews I put into it. That's right. They say I trade so hard that I must be eating blue chews every morning. That's the inside joke that people. So ain't no softness over here. Fruit and fruit. Yeah, exactly. There's no such thing as vegetables. You guys remember that's the rule. Vegetables are the market makers are not a lie, but vegetables are the real lie. So that's pretty much it. All right, let me clean up the charts, put some seriousness on here. Yeah, vegetables are a lie. There's no such thing. This is fruit and fruit inside of this cocktail. Okay. That's right. I love how smart you guys, y'all are learning stuff. That's why you're here. Pretty soon, to understand half of what we talk about, you're going to have to be here every day because, like I say on my stream, is if you ever watch the show Arrested Development, you really only get the humor if you've seen every episode before each episode you watch, because the show is so self-referencing that the jokes reward you for your loyalty. Like here, people are going to come in fresh and be like, what are these guys even talking about? Oh man, there's this whole thing that Matt trades so hard. We say he eats blue chews and he doesn't believe vegetables are real. He thinks it's a lie and it's all about fruit. And there's slightly slower Matt. The picture just had to have been here the last year. People are going to be like, why is he drawing fans on the chart? You're just like, yeah, you gotta catch up. We need like a compendium, like how to follow the stream, 101 beginner's guide. Are you never knew? There's dozens of us. I'm a never short, really. I mean, really, that's kind of what I can say I kind of am, or sometimes short. But the idea is that for emotional side of things, the longer I've been trading, the more I've not really felt about the trades I'm making. Now, how do you achieve this, right? The idea is that if there's a time when trading means something to you. Early on in my life, it was like, man, I got to do this. I want to do this for a living. I got to do this. Pretend that you're in a place where you're like that. You hate your job. You want to trade for a living. It's your only path to whatever you want for your goals, right? All that pressure you put on yourself to get there, all the things you want to achieve with it. There's pressure and there's a lot of emotions riding on that pressure. It's just like competing in the Olympics or competing anywhere. You don't want to lose. You can't lose. You're emotionally invested in it because it means something to you. And the money means something to you. Maybe it can be like more money than you're making at your job. So you build it up in your head like it means something. And when you're doing that, emotions are your biggest problem because you're gonna feel hurt when you lose. You're gonna feel exuberant when you win. Like imagine, I used to tell people that the very first trade you ever make sets the tone for the next 5 years of your trading. It's that important. Your first experience, I'm telling you, your first experience is extremely like path setting. If your very first trade you go in and you throw $1,000 at the market and it returns $1,000 to you, you will be a completely different person than someone who goes and puts $1,000 in the bucket and loses it in 2 seconds. Both of you just started on two different emotional paths. One of you is going to think you are untouchable, almost godlike. This is so easy. That was how many of you guys have done I call it the equation. You've done the equation. That was X percent of my monthly salary I made in a minute, in a day, in a trade. 50%. Man, I made 50% of my salary in 10 minutes. How many guys have done the equation? And right, and it built you up with all this hope, all this, oh my God, I can do this. How easy that was, right? So if you put in $1,000 in your first trade, gives you $1,000 back, everyone runs the equation in their head, man. And then you multiply it by 20. You're like, oh, so if I did this 20 times a month, I made $1,000 times 20. Oh, I made $2,000. Okay. That's like half my salary. I can do this. I can pay my bills with it. And you've done the equation. And then you ran the books in your head, like literally running through the accounting. Like, how are you going to live your life off that one trade is giving you all these hopes and dreams about how you're going to be a trader and pay your bills, right? We all done the equation. Extrapolation is very dangerous. Now, however, the person on the other side of the fence, they put in $1,000 and they lose it in minutes. That person's got a whole different journey. They are absolutely terrified of the market. They're so scared, they don't want to do anything. They're the kind of person that when the market goes against them, they freeze and then they hold and they lose and they lose and they lose. And then when they're finally winning, they take whatever little profit they can make and get out of the way because they're scared of losing. And so both of you guys are on this completely two different paths. The person that's doing the extrapolation math in their head is going to have a hard time coping with the reality that trading is a bunch of losses and not going to know how to lose. Right. So one of the things you have to do is be very careful of that. Never extrapolate the math. And when you feel personally attacked, everybody here is like, dang, bro, like, did you have to call me out like that? Don't think about what you did before as meaning anything. It's not, there's nothing that's going to matter. You don't know how well you're going to do until you stick with this and do this for a long period of time. The idea that you can set yourself in such a permanent fixated place emotionally for long periods of time is really hard. And so how do you get to a place where you don't feel FOMO or don't feel anything? It comes down to the fact that while you're doing this, it means something to you. And then that emotional path you go on also kind of messes you up along the way. So what you have to do is, as you're trading, convince yourself that you don't need the money. All the money you make trading is not for your lifestyle. It's not to pay your bills. Whatever you extrapolate doesn't matter. I don't tell myself, man, if I make 20K today, I'm buying a car, I'm buying a this, buying a that, whatever, buying a watch. I never say that. I never say I need this money for something. I don't. Now, this is 15 years into my career where trading does not pay for my lifestyle. I'm so well off. I've got piles of money that pay for my lifestyle. I never need money. The pile just gets bigger. And so trading, I'm so far distanced from needing the money that trading no longer means anything to me physically, emotionally. I'm never missing out because it doesn't mean anything to me anymore. Now it's just the game I play. It's strictly just numbers. And you may not be at that stage yet. You know, you may be starting off, but you have to think of it the same way. You have to say, I don't need this money. Even if you do need the money, you don't need this money. It's money that you're accruing and money that you're losing and money you're accruing, but don't think of it as ever money you're going to need to do anything with. It's not going to pay your rent. It's not going to pay your car. It's not going to pay your bills, nothing. Trading is supposed to be money that fuels more trading, and start to latch on to that idea. If I win more, I can just trade longer. That's great. It's not if I win more, I can buy that car that I want. Ooh. So think of it as like every good month I have gives me 3 more months in the game before I blow up. Ooh, I had another good month. Cool. I can survive 6 months on this. And start to think about the point that you want trading just to be like a self-fueling system that you never take out of, ever. And then you start to detach yourself from the money meaning anything. It just, the longer you're in the game, the longer you're in the game. The more you make, the longer you stay. For me, it's not like, oh, I made 50K on these puts that are these calls that I got the other month. Cool. Let me take that off and pay out some bills. It stayed in the options account. Now that 50K just bought 15K worth of puts, right? It's never used for anything other than trading. And if you think like that, then you start thinking about it like it's not going to be a vehicle to make your dreams come true. It's not a vehicle that you need to be scared of and scared to act. Everything just becomes numbers the more you detach yourself from the money. And the best way to detach yourself is to not need it. Even if you make hundreds of thousands of dollars as a day trader and it's sitting there in your bank and you're like, finally, I can live off of this. Don't live off of it. Don't try to. You can, but once you do, you get back to that realm of you needing the emotion. What happens if you have a bad year and you lose everything? You're back to square one. Now you got to get a job. Now you're rushing the last 50K you have to your name and you're like scared of losing it. And you're freaking out because this is your one shot. And all of a sudden it's gone. You lose everything because you spiral out of control. So what I tell people is you need to have at least like 2 years of your bills paid from money that's not made with trading. And then you can fully forget about the money you're making as trading to mean anything. It's not used for anything other than to play the game. It's a tool for the game. And that's how I worked on it, going through the ranks in this. Was it lucky for me? I had a job as an engineer. My first, 5 years trading wasn't super successful. Like as I got older, I got better and got, into this kind of more deeper. I got better at it. But when I started out, it wasn't that great, like everyone else starting out. And lucky for me, I had a steady income that would give me enough money to pay the bills. So I started quickly like not thinking about the money I made as something I needed to buy or pay for. If I made $10,000, I didn't say, oh God, that's 2 months of salary. I can do this for a living. If I made $10,000, I can say, oh, well, I lose $2,000 a month. So that gives me 5 more months of trading. That's cool. Perfect. And then I can budget it better and I can trade a little bigger if I want to, trade a little smaller if I don't want to trade bigger. And that really helps. So FOMO is in that same kind of feeling. You need money. Why would you like every moment in the stock market is an opportunity to make a trade. If you're fear of missing out of something, it's because you need money. That is an act of desperation to be FOMO. You need the money. You need that money. It's worth something to you to chase. It's not. I've learned over time that I wait for what I want. Just like now, I'm waiting for a dip. So whether this is the right or wrong place, as you know, at least I'm wrong from the right place. This is where I waited to trade. I'm not seeing the market sell off and getting FOMO on the short. Maybe the short is the best trade, but I'm not seeing this and feeling like I'm missing out on something because it doesn't mean anything to me. I know the probabilities that are here. I'm going to attack the stronger pivot. And if I start to feel anything, it's because I desperately need the money for something. I'm missing out on an opportunity. And the less you need that money, the less you're missing out on anything because you're absolutely comfortable not needing it because you're comfortable financially. Right? Money means different things to you. So for me, I draw a pretty strong boundary between my trading income and money I used to live on. I never, ever, ever rely as a backup, as a final backup. If I lose everything and everything and everything and everything, I can dig into my trading accounts as a last resort to pull money out of. But I see my trading accounts as my tools for money. The example is you're a carpenter and you have lost your business, you've lost your job, and now you need money. Okay, finally, you can sell your tools and get some money, but then you're done. You can't be a carpenter anymore. Money is your tools to trade with. The last place I'm ever going to go to pull money out for myself is my trading account because that's how little I need it. It is like I've lost everything. Does this make sense to you guys? This like iron wall that I built around what I trade with is used. The money I make trading goes into other investments that also are inside of that iron wall. And if I ever am in a desperate situation, maybe a family emergency, I need $500,000, need something to liquidate pretty quick, I can dive into some of these accounts and pull it out. But I'm very scared to do that. If that makes sense to you guys. Because that's my tool. What if I sell my saw, my hammer, I can't be a carpenter anymore. So that's the last place that I want to go to get the money. And again, 15 years into the game, I can actually say I've got money I don't need. You may not be there, but think about whatever you do have coming in that's not trading. Plan your lifestyle around what's not risked, something that's guaranteed. The guaranteed money pays for your lifestyle. Whatever's left over is something that can go into your trading thing. And then whatever you make trading should circle back in on itself inside of a place where hopefully you don't live on it for a while. If you happen to make so much that you can't even handle yourself, then start pulling out little bits of that trading money and putting into other investments. Sure, right? But still try not to use this to live on. Maybe one of those investments create a steady generated income for your lifestyle, which is fine. But the investment, the lower risk stuff, you're going to pull out of because it's consistent. The high risk stuff you're not going to think of. So try to partition your desires that way, and then you won't feel anything. Try to not feel anything. If you're feeling freaked out when you lose because that money meant something to you, if you're feeling overly excited and exuberant when you win, that's even worse. That money means a lot to you as well. It's buying your dreams, and that's a worse place to be in. That's the other trader. The overly confident one, the one that's extrapolating their wealth, that can buy you the watch you want. That's poisonous mentality, and that's going to kill you in this game. When I win, I don't walk down the stairs and I'm high-fiving IDOC. She's like, how much did you make? Oh, I made 6K. She's like, wow. And I'm like, wow. Yeah. High-fiving each other, bumping chests or whatever. We're so excited. It's never like that. When the trading day is over, I don't even think about it. I'm not like, oh, that's good. I got all this money. Let me pull it out and do something with it. It's not like that. It's never thought of further. So yeah, this all helps you a lot. You lost 15% recently. That's tough. And that really, I guess that's the best way I can say it. Somebody asked this all spawn up. Somebody asked me if I do feel FOMO. I don't. I never feel anything. I've become the guru, master, emotionless, not guru in the trading guru sense, but guru in the meditative sense. I have mastered my connection with removing feelings from the game. It is, people have started calling me the Iceman in my community years ago because I trade so focused, nothing phases me. Even when I'm losing, I'm confidently talking. I know what I need to do. It's all numbers to me. I don't feel a certain way. I'm not freaked out. I don't like this. I'm going to close out. I'm done. Do I feel hurt? No, I'll attack it again later. Right. So that's kind of how at least I plan and work around the market. Hope that makes sense to you guys. Right. The longer you do this, S&P losing monthly hedge pressure now. This is getting pretty gnarly. I'm done attacking this for a little bit. This is my every single time setup trades. It failed this time. I can take this one more time, but for whatever reason, let's kind of sit out and wait on this one. Yeah, and so somebody said focus on position sizing. That's really what you do when you start to not think about money as something you need and rather just a tool to do your job. Then it's all numbers and position sizing. Your job is to not break your tools while you're using them. It might sound ridiculous if you're in a hurry to get the job done and there's a nail, right? Last nail you need to nail right next to a window, right? And you're 10 feet away and you're I got to get this done. I need to get this job done or I won't get paid. And you throw your hammer to try to hit that nail in one swoop and you break the window and it ends up costing you more. This is what you guys are doing with your actual money. Your hammer is your money. You're throwing desperate attempts to try to salvation something and you're making it worse for yourself. You're not, and then maybe your hammer broke and they don't have a hammer anymore, right? Trading should just be a tool to facilitate more trading, right? Still waiting for Rocket Scooter special discount. For Rocket Scooter or for MyFundedFutures? Oh, crap, guys. I went way over. My bad. I went way over today. I'm 3 minutes over. Well, I'm glad you guys stuck with me and hung out. went on impassioned speech about how to teach yourself not to have FOMO. So you have to get out here in a little bit. These trades were kind of like losers, but we'll see if I can't make it back in the afternoon. See if I get something out of this. Who knows? But I love you guys, and thanks for sticking around, and thanks for hanging out. Obviously, my name is Matt. I really appreciate you guys being here. And yeah, like I said, if you start to feel something in trading, the easiest way to avert your feelings, apart from this, the speech I gave you, you know how you cure the feelings thing? You know how you cure it? Take the size position you normally trade with and cut it down by a third. Immediately cut it down by a third. And if you still feel anything like happy when you win or sad when you lose, cut it down by another third. Cut it. You normally trade 3 minis, trade 1 mini. Normally trade 1 mini, trade 3 micros. Cut it down and get to the point where you don't feel anything. Now I have a $1,000 account. I made $16. Okay, I lost $32. Okay, you don't feel anything. That's a baseline. Then inch forward, slightly bigger until you're on the edge of feeling something. And that's your sweet spot. Go to where you feel something and take a tiny step back and where you're trading without the feelings. And then slowly, as you do a little bit better, step up a little bit, and work your way into that emotionless state. That's the trick. And that's what I teach people in my bootcamp, which actually starts on Monday. So we'll see you guys. I'll be in my stream in the afternoon. Thank you, MyFundedTV. Thank you for the 25 accounts. We really appreciate you guys. This is the link to my stream. I'll be live this afternoon in about 5 minutes. I'm gonna eat my lunch real quick and I'll be live. Thank you guys. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, hosts. Thank you, community. And thank you, MyFundedFutures, for everything you guys do. This is the best trading community on the planet, best prop firm on the planet. We love you guys. And I'm out. We'll see you later, and y'all have a good afternoon.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop lost graves.